Yeah, buddy. For those of you that was around yesterday, yeah, I had Manvik Bhaiya come by and set me up a new hanger configuration for testing. Right? Oh, and so I'm really gonna try. to play with this thing today. I'm gonna try whatever ways that I can, ways behind ways of ways. How about this? Now, let's see what the heat results is. Oh, it's up. So I got this weird hanger that he set me up with, and now I got promoted to master. Lord help. Humility is the beginning of wisdom.
$23,066,248, $2,436,169, $976,708,936, $11,393,883, $25,763,728, $3,446,141, $19,112,215,168, $14,453,110. 18,157,952, 2,402,867, 1902, 109,968,792, 15,841,316, 45,526,967, 261,459, 1903, 132,241,594, 21,701,570. 71,654,416, 12,314,312, 1904, 131. If you have the time and inclination, you can easily figure out the annual rake-off of the American hemp importers from the above table. For instance, take the last year, 1910, 99,305,102 kilos, at 75 cents per 100 kilos is $744,788.26, which is more than 4% of $17,404,922. The total value of the hemp crop of the archipelago for that year, add this. $744,788, 26 to the $3,384,183. 60 shown body, above table of refunded duties collected from 1902 to 1909 inclusive, and US over $4 million rebates accruing to American importers of Manila hemp from 1902 to 1910 inclusive. In his remarks on Section 13 of the Payne Law of 1909, above said, 4. In the House of Representatives, May 13, 1909, 526, Oscar W. Underwood said, in part, when you put a tax on your people for engaging in export trade, to that extent you lessen their ability to successfully meet their foreign competitor and reduce the territory in which they can successfully dispose of their surplus products abroad. Our forefathers in writing the Constitution of the United States, recognizing the false principle on which an export tax was based, put it in the fundamental law of our land that the United States government should not lay export taxes. If we enact this law, we write into the statute book for the Philippine Islands legislation which is little short of barbarous legislation that no government in the civilized world except Turkey and Persia and other second-class nations countenance today. But the hemp interests borne out in this section was adopted in an argument for the repeal of the export tax delivered in the House of Representatives August 19, 1911, the Philippine delegate, Hun Manuel L. Quezon, said, there is one section in the Philippine Tariff Law, approved August 5, 1909, which is seriously injuring the proper commercial development of the islands. Of course, the earnestness with which Amar Quezon pleaded his cause may be imagined from the circumstance that, as he says, he is continually advised by letters from his people, and verily believes that if the export tax is not taken off soon, the Philippine hemp industry will be entirely destroyed, and the hemp farmers will have to take to raising something else in lieu of hemp, because the present prices hardly permit them to live. In the course of his speech, Amar Quezon offered the following truly eloquent and absolutely unanswerable argument. Although it has been decided by the Supreme Court of the United States that the provisions of the Constitution are not in force in the Philippines, I have serious doubts as to whether said decision also meant that this government has the power to enact law for the islands which are expressly prohibited by the Constitution in the United States. It is through the courtesy of Amar Quezon that such light as I may have been able to throw on the subject has been obtained. He has shown me letters from the Philippine Chamber of Commerce at Manila and other commercial organizations prophesying ruin to the Manila hemp industry in the event the export tax should continue. One of these letters is addressed to the two Philippine commissioners in Congress, Amar Legarda and Amar Quezon. It informs them of the hopes of the Filipinos at Manila that they, Messrs. Legarda and Quezon, may be successful in their campaign to get the law repealed, and that many of them, the Filipinos of Manila, feel hopeful of results in that regard. Speaking for their fellow countrymen at Manila, they say, the optimists are of the opinion that the matter being in such good hands as yours will be carried to a successful conclusion. Then they give the darker side of the picture thus. But the representatives at this capital of the famous syndicate, the International Harvester Company, are of the opinion that we will be able to accomplish nothing, and theirs is an opinion to which great weight should be attached, because the vast interests which that concern represents can set in motion powerful influences to keep the present law as it is, since it concerns their interest to do so. Amar Quezon has also shown me a letter written to him, March 30, 1911, by his and my warm personal friend, Hun James F. Smith, formerly Governor General of the Philippines, now 1912 Judge of the Court of Customs Appeals at Washington, D.C., in which letter General Smith says, concerning the operation of that part of the Export Tax Act of March 8, 1902, continued by the Payne Tariff Law of 1909, by which American manufacturers are relieved from the payment of the export tax on Manila hemp. In effect, this really and truly amounts to the payment by the Philippine government and the Filipino people of a large subsidy to American manufacturers of hemp. More than that, this concession to the American manufacturer by enabling him to undersell his British competitor, gives him an undue control of the situation, and has put him in a position, to some extent, to control prices for the raw product. It seems to me that the American people had better look to their own liberties when they remember that in the campaign for the Republican nomination in 1912, the Roosevelt headquarters gave out that pending the Roosevelt dictation of M.R. Taft's nomination in 1908, the International Harvester Company furnished the floor of its Chicago building to the Taft people, this interesting fact being part of the leakage from the Roosevelt-Taft quarrel caused by the Roosevelt charge that M.R. Taft was unfit for re-election because he meant well feebly. And when it is recalled, on the other hand, that in the Roosevelt campaign of 1912 for the presidential nomination for a third term, M.R. George West Perkins 527, the very personification of undue corporation influence with the government, assumed the role of Warwick for an ex-president who, when president, had repudiated the advice of his counsel, Governor Harmon, that a railroad company 528 be prosecuted for taking rebates because the vice president of the company was his personal friend. 529. But let us return to the Philippine rebates, and their cornerstone, the export tax, section 13 of the Payne-Aldrich tariff. In the case of Fairbanks versus United States, 181 U.S. Supreme Court reports, page 290, a case in which the court was asked to declare a certain act of Congress unconstitutional and void because it imposed what was virtually an export tax. The opinion of the court cites the absolute inhibition against such a tax imposed by our federal Constitution, and says concerning the wise theory on which this fundamental tenet of our government rests, the requirement of the Constitution is that exports should be free from any governmental burden. The decision then goes on to elaborate on what it terms that freedom from governmental burden in the matter of exports which it was the intention of our Constitution to protect and preserve. Finally, the court uses an expression which is certainly a stinging rebuke to any lawmaking power that permits the selfish greed of a little set of importers to get a law passed imposing for their special benefit a paralyzing export tax on the chief staple of a helpless colony. The power to tax is the power to destroy. But M.R. Queason has no vote in Congress and his voice was not heard, at least not heeded. The summation of the whole matter is this: both the Philippine people and the American people are, and long have been, suffering from unjust taxation through laws for which special selfish financial interests in the United States, exercising grossly undue influence on governmental action, are responsible. Neither will ever get relief until the government of this nation is wrested from the control of the money hog and restored to the people. Until that is done, selfish greed will continue to sow sedition in the Philippines and socialism in the United States. Chapter XXVII. The Rights of Man. The rights of man cannot be changed. It is the government which attempts to change them that must change what them. It was the only common sense of M.R. Lincoln that first reminded us most vividly how like the sins of an individual are those of a nation. To the Southern man who admires M.R. Lincoln as one of the great figures of all time, he seems like a great physician who, with malice toward none and with charity for all, kept vigil for 4 years at the bedside of a sick nation through all the long agony of its efforts to throw off from its system the inherited curse of slavery. Of course, human slavery was a relic of barbarism, but in fixing the rights of man, the founders of the Republic actually overlooked the fact that a Negro was a human being, so that, thus property rights having accrued, pursuant to that mistake, the march of progress had to wipe them out, no matter whom it hurt financially. The enormity of the iniquity of human slavery did not dawn suddenly and exclusively upon William Lloyd Garrison. He is not the sole original inventor and patentee of the idea. Lord Macaulay's father was doing the same sort of agitating in England about the same time. Westminster Abbey has its monument to the elder Macaulay, just as Commonwealth Avenue has its monument to the elder Garrison. simultaneous like stirrings occurred elsewhere throughout Christendom, but, of course, in America, arguments for the emancipation of the slave first took root most readily in a thrifty section of our liberty-loving country which had nothing to lose by abolition. John Quincy Adams once said that our government was an experiment upon the heart of man. It is because this government of the people, by the people for the people was a deliberate and thoughtful attempt upon the part of its founders to apply the Golden Rule as a doctrine of international and inter-individual law, that we believe our form of government is the last hope of mankind. It is, as we conceive it, the voice of humanity raised in protest against the proposition that might makes right. It is, as we conceive it, a government which, entered the lists of the nations as the champion of the human mind, in the great struggle of mind for the mastery over matter, the world-old struggle between good and evil, light and darkness, power, governments, like everything else, must follow the law of its being, or die. Its first great sin in violation of the rights of man was due to heredity. We inherited the institution of slavery, the governmental exception to the rule that all men are created with equal right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. This was a sin against human liberty, one of the unalienable rights of man, upon which the Republic purported to be builded. The consequences of that sin are still with us. But, except for the occasional bloody-shirt labor, whose intellectual resources are not sufficient to provide him with a live issue, we are meeting those consequences as a nation, bravely, and with the mutual forbearance born of the fact that none are wholly free from responsibility for present difficulties. Our second great national sin was a yielding to the temptation of the environment which arose, unforeseen, after a splendid war waged for the rights of man against Spain and Cuba. The Philippine War was waged to subjugate the Filipino people, because M.R. McKinley believed it would be financially profitable to us to own the islands, and in the face of the fact that the only thing he knew officially about the Filipino people was that outwardly thought them superior to the Cubans and more capable of self-government, the war in the Philippines was, therefore, a war against the rights of man. Nowhere in any state paper has any American statesman, soldier, or sailor had the temerity to invoke the name of God in connection with the retention of the Philippine Islands. Nowhere in any American state paper connected with the Philippines is there any reference to a decent respect to the opinions of mankind. The sin of our Philippine policy is that it is a denial of the right of a people to pursue happiness in their own way instead of in somebody else's way. It is a denial of the very principles in maintenance of which we went to war against Spain to free Cuba, as we had previously gone to war against England to free ourselves. Now the reason the nation blundered into taking the Philippines was that it believed the Filipinos to be not a people, but a jumble of savage tribes. But the reason the men who controlled the action of the government at the time took the Philippines was because they believed they would pay. Nevertheless, there was a sufficient number of our fellow citizens, controlled, some by altruistic motives and some by sordid motives, to cause the nation to follow the lead of those then in control. If the men then in control had taken the people into their confidence, the blunder would never have been made. If the correspondence between M.R. McKinley and the Paris Peace Commission in the fall of 1898, from which the injunction of secrecy was not removed until 1901, had been given out at the time, the treaty would never have been ratified except after some such declaration as to the Philippines as was made concerning Cuba, some reaffirmance of allegiance to faith in our cardinal tenet, the right of every people to pursue happiness in their own way, free from
Hey, I just saw that. I'm sorry.
The Bacon Resolution
I was very
of
absorbed in the
1899,
book.
which was alone. This
Very, yeah. Hey. Sorry. I think maybe you were gonna send me a request. Mavic Baidya came by and he set up my hangar in a very strange way. He gave me specific instructions, and so here I am. I don't know what I'm doing. We're gonna make it. Jorgen. Hey, Barry Beast, man, what's up? What's up? What's up? How you been doing, man? You ain't been getting bullied in school, have you? Is school going okay? Don't let people mess with you. Alright, I hate school. Let's see, oh, man, I should have dropped. Oh! Dang it. Come on, guys. Shit. Two, three, four. One, two, three, four.
along this line was defeated only by the deciding vote of the presiding officer, the Vice President of the United States. The passage of that resolution would have prevented the Philippine insurrection. Had it passed, the Filipinos would no more have had occasion to think of insurrection than the Cubans did. It was M.R. McKinley alone who decided to take the Philippines. Congress was not called together in extra session. The people were not consulted, except from the rear end of an observation car. Most people, whether they be lawyers or not, are more or less acquainted with the doctrine of what is called in law a bona fide purchaser without notice. No man can claim to be a bona fide purchaser without notice when he knows enough about the subject matter of his purchase to put him on reasonable notice of the existence of facts which, had he taken the trouble to verify them, would have caused him to halt and not purchase. The correspondence, in 1898, made public in 1901, withheld by M.R. McKinley until after his second election in 1900, is sufficient to have made any honest man ask himself some such question as this. After all, is it not quite possible that those people can run a decent government of their own? Admiral Dewey says they are superior to the Cubans, but M.R. McKinley did not pursue this inquiry, as it was his duty to do. He took the islands because he believed they would pay, knowing nothing in particular about the Filipinos, except what he had learned from Admiral Dewey's brief comment, yet hoping in spite of it that they would turn out sufficiently unfit for self-government for the event to vindicate the purchase. To demonstrate that the Filipinos were wholly unfit for the treatment accorded the Cubans was the only possible justification of the initial departure from the traditions of the Republic and from the principles which were its cornerstone, and he made the departure because the business interests of the country then believed, erroneously they all now admit, that it would pay. He decided to treat eternal principles as worn-out formulae. Senator Hoare once declined an invitation extended by his own city of Worcester to deliver a eulogy on M.R. McKinley because of his Philippine policy. True, he tempers the asperity of this action thus: it was not because I was behind any other man in admiration or personal affection for that lofty and beautiful character, but if a great Catholic prelate were to die, his eulogy should not be pronounced by a Protestant. 530. But all Senator Hoare's speeches against the McKinley Philippine policy were as emphatic as Luther's 95 Theses. He was in possession at the time, along with the rest of the Senate, of the correspondence with the Paris Peace Commission made public after the presidential election of 1900. Ever since M.R. McKinley took the Philippines, it has been the awkward but inexorable duty of the defenders of that good man's aim to deprecate Filipino capacity for self-government. President Taft's chief work since this century began has been to take care of his martyred predecessor's fame by proving that M.R. McKinley guessed right in 1898 when he bought the Philippines and trusted to luck to be able to make out, in spite of what Admiral Dewey had said, a case sufficiently derogatory to Filipino intelligence to justify the purchase and subjugation of the islands at the very time we were freeing Cuba, obviously, and the more utterly unfit for self-government in the present or the near future. M.R. Taft can make the Filipinos out, the nearer he gets to vindicating the memory of M.R. McKinley, that is, with men of his own. M.R. Taft's high character. He insists on treating his children of people who got up a well-armed army of 30,000 men in 3 or 4 months, and held at bay, for 2 years and a half, some 125,000 husky American soldiers, over 5 times as many as it took to drive Spain from the Western Hemisphere. Physical force is the basis of all government. Among men, if President Taft had anything of the soldier instinct of his immediate predecessor, he would not sniff at a robbery in the proposition that military efficiency is a better guarantee of capacity for self-government than all the schoolbooks in the world, and that proven passionate willingness to die for freedom from alien domination is the best guarantee conceivable against internecine strife. It was a tremendous struggle with his own conscience that M.R. McKinley went through with before he decided to repudiate principles on European to Cuba in order, for a money consideration euphemistically called trade extension, to take the Philippines. He had advisors before him, at the time making it reasonably certain that this meant trouble with the Filipinos, i.e. bloodshed in the Philippines, the extent of which none could foresee, and about which he was of course apprehensive, in the matter of instructing our Paris Peace Commissioners to insist on Spain's ceding of the Philippines. M.R. McKinley took no moral ground, tenable like a rock, such as truly great men taking great crises of their country's history. He did not attempt to move the people. He simply decided that it would be a popular thing to do to take in islands fresh from a war entered onto the United States veterans from alien domination, he took a step which both Admiral Dewey and General Mayor Gordon beforehand would probably need war to subjugate, against their will, a people superior to the Cubans, and in taking this step, he took into his confidence neither the people who paid for the war, nor the soldiers who fought it, to deny that his motives were uniformly simply stupid, that he followed the mob which shut up from the rear end of his observation car and repeated by cable to the Paris Peace Commission what the mob yelled ever since the supposed Philippine Klondike whispered in President McKinley's ear. It is the imperial fruits of the colonial policy, the archives of this government, the reports of the State, War, and Navy departments, and the congressional documents, have recorded the inevitable consequences of our false high state. No man can serve two masters. Blinded for pecuniary profit is a paradox. Duplicity ever follows deviation from principle. In
Defeated by
our
bots.
dealings in 1898 with Aguinaldo, you find vacillation on the part of military commanders who
Hey, Mike,
personally did
what's
not
up?
know what fear was, and embarrassed hypocrisy in dealing with him on the part of men wearing the shoulder straps of the American Army, athwart the frankness of whose gaze no such shadow had ever fallen before. You find systematic concealment of our intentions in dealing with the insurgents, for fear they would insurge before the treaty was signed, and thus cause such a revulsion of feeling in our country against the purchase affairs as to defeat the ratification of the treaty. After that, you find a systematic minimizing of the opposition to our rule, reinforced by settled appreciation of Filipino intelligence, and backed up by a peace at any price policy, periodically punctuated by the horrors of war without its dignity. The denial of Filipino opposition to our rule, which opposition means merely a natural longing for freedom from alien rule, has gradually been abandoned. Nobody now clings to that stale fiction. Also, a long course of chastening, through concentration and kindred severities, subsequent to the official announcement of a state of general peace, has at last gotten the situation as to public order well in hand. The only question for those who affect that decent respect to the opinions of mankind which the men of 1776 had in mind is, are the Filipinos a people? President Taft was originally with Senator Hoare on the Philippine question. At least he was an anti-expansionist. In all the subsequent controversy, he has never made bold to deny the general proposition of the unalienable right of every people to liberty and the pursuit of happiness in their own way. His position is that the Filipino people must be made an exception to the rule, because they are not a people. This is the strongest I can state in his proposition for him. It is very difficult to state even with apparent plausibility anything which denies the right of every community of people to immunity from alien domination. The case must be in extremes. 1. The issue which the writer raises with the President's policy is that the Filipinos are a people. I know of no greater responsibility an American statesman can take upon himself before the bar of history than to deny the right of any given people to self-government. Certainly any man who denies that right at least assumes the burden of proof that they are unfit to attend to their own affairs. M.R. McKinley is stated without pretending to know anything much about the Filipinos, the motive being that the islands would be profitable to us. When M.R. Taft went to the Philippines in 1900, he went not to investigate the correctness of M.R. McKinley's assumption, which was implied in the purchase, but to champion it. Not to give advice concerning the righteousness of having taken over the Philippines, but to bolster up the policy, he assumed the burden of proof before he knew anything about the facts. The burden has been on him ever since. Any subordinate who helps him to bear that burden finds favor in his eyes, but the burden is greater than he can bear. The proof fails. The proof shows that the Filipino people ought to be allowed to pursue happiness in their own way instead of being made to pursue it in M.R. Taft's way. Once you pretend that our true object in the Philippines is the pursuit of happiness for them, the Taft policy is condemned by the facts. And that is why I am opposed to it. The record shows this. He admits it, but he insists, with a sigh, that in some other generation American Bay, will be happy. Meantime, we are drifting toward our next war, carrying into 8 million of human beings who, if neutralized and let alone, would not be disturbed by our next war, but whose destiny now must be dependent upon the outcome of such war, however little they may be concerned in the issues which bring it about. The shifty opportunism which Trump actually held out to the Filipinos, the hope of someday becoming a state of the United States of America, has long since lapsed into the silence of shame, because no American ever honestly believed that the American people would ever countenance any such preposterous proposition, and so a free republic based on representative government is face to face with the proposition of having a crown colony on its hands which wishes to be, and could soon be made fit to be, a free republic also. If a federal republic cannot live half slave and half free, can it live with millions of the governed denied a voice in the federal government confessedly forever? Chapter XXVIII. The Road to Autonomy. Oh, be not dismayed, though ye stumbled and ye strayed. Kipling, A Song of the English. He who points out wrong without being prepared to suggest a remedy, presumes upon the patience of his neighbor without good and sufficient cause. After this point the wrong has been unfolded, with such ability, as was doubtless the nearest, from Genesis to Revelations, so to speak. Also his own attitude as an eyewitness, and its evolution from the Mosaic doctrine of an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, to the more Christian doctrines of the New Testament, let us now consider the remedy. In the course of our travels with the Army in the earlier chapters of this book, we first followed its northern advance, from Manila over the Great Central Plain drained by the Rio Grande and crossed by the railroad connecting Manila Bay with Lingayen Gulf. Its further advance, from the northern borders of the plain over the mountains of central Luzon, and its march from the central mountains to the northern sea, at the extreme northern end of the archipelago. We thus saw in detail the military conquest and occupation of that part of Luzon lying north of the Pasig River, before leaving that part of the subject. The way the provinces thus occupied were grouped into military districts was indicated, following the lines of the military occupation. It was shown that northern Luzon was naturally and conveniently susceptible of division into 4 groups of provinces, which groups might ultimately be evolved into self-governing commonwealths, states of the Philippine Federal Union, as follows. Name of state area, SQ-M. Population. Ilocos 531 6,500 650,000, Igan 532 12,300,000, Pangasinan 533 4,500 625,000, Pampanga 534 5,650,000, total 28,002,225,000. It will be remembered that after or near this had followed the occupation of northern Luzon by the American forces to practical completion, we turned to that part of Luzon lying south of Manila, and followed the military occupation as it was gradually extended from the Pasig River to the extreme point of southern Luzon, before closing the review of that military panorama. Suggestions were made for an alternate grouping of the provinces of southern Luzon into 2 governmental units intended to be ultimately evolved into states. Those suggestions contemplated grouping the provinces to Lake region, bordering on the Laguna, the Bay and the adjacent provinces, into a territory designated for convenience as Cavite 535. This territory was to include all of southern Luzon except the Han Peninsula, which lies to the south of the Lake Country. It was also suggested, in the same connection, that the 3 provinces of the Han Peninsula might form a convenient ultimate state of Camarines. In other words, 2 states can be made out of southern Luzon as follows. Name of state area, SQ-M. Population. Cavite 8,500 700,000, Camarines 7,600,000, total 15,501,300,000. To recapitulate, all of Luzon except Manila and the vicinity can at once be divided into the 6 groups of provinces above mentioned territories, having what we are accustomed in the United States to call a territorial form of government, and intended to be made states later. Luzon is about the size of Cuba, a little over 40,000 sq miles, is twice as thickly populated, nearly 4 million to Cuba's 2 million, and is not versed with a Negro question, as Cuba is. The above total be it remembered, are only round numbers, but they get us out of the woods, so to speak, and away from a lot of unpronounceable names. They show you how to handle Luzon as if it were at the size of Ohio, which it is, and, as has already been made clear in the earlier part of this volume, Luzon is the Philippines, in a very suggestive sense of the phrase, since it contained half the land area of the archipelago, outside of the independent island of Mindanao, and half the total population of the whole archipelago. Besides being 8 or 10 times as large as any other island of the group except Mindanao. And it also contains the city which is the capital and chief port of the archipelago, and has been the government for over 300 years. Manila, and Manila is 8 or 10 times as large as any other town in the archipelago. After the occupation of Luzon, General Otis's extension of our occupation to the Visayan Islands was reviewed, and in that connection, it was pointed out that each of the 6 largest of those islands to wit, Panay, Negros, Cebu, Leyte, Samar, Bohol, might be ultimately evolved into 6 states, 536. The smaller island lying between Luzon and Mindanao could easily be disposed of governmentally by being attached to the jurisdiction of one of the said 6 islands. There is today no reason why a dozen Americans could not be at once appointed governors of the 12 prospective autonomous commonwealths above indicated, just as the President of the United States has in the past appointed governors for New Mexico, Arizona, and other territories of the United States which have subsequently been added to the Union, if the Congress of the United States should promise the Filipinos independence, to be granted as soon as American authority in the islands should so recommend. The dozen territorial governments intended to be evolved into states of an ultimate federal union could soon be whipped into shape where they could take care of themselves to the extent that our state governments today take care of themselves. American representatives of American authority in the islands, sent out to work out such a program, might be instructed to watch these 12 territorial governments, granting to each the right to elect a governor in lieu of the appointed governor as soon as in their judgment a given territory was worthy of it. I have no doubt that such recommendations would follow successively as to all of said prospective states inside of 4 or 5 years. Whether this plan is wise or not, it certainly is not, as far as I'm concerned. Half-baked, some 5 years ago, in the North American Review, 537, I suggested that Luzon could be so organized within less than 10 years by American territorial governors selected for the work, naming the Honorable George Curry of New Mexico, formerly governor of the territory of New Mexico, and now a member of Congress therefrom, as an ideal man to organize one such territory. It is true that there are not 11 other men as well qualified for the work as governor. Curry, in fact, he is probably better qualified for the work than any man living. The language used as to Governor Curry in the North American Review article referred to was as follows. If the inhabitants of these regions were told by a man whom they liked and would believe, as they would Curry, that they were to have autonomous governments like one of the western territories of the United States, at the very earliest possible moment, and urged to get ready for it, they could and would, under his guidance. We would get a cooperation from those people we do not now get and never will get, so long as we keep them in uncertainty as to what we are going to do with them, if next year we should formally disclaim intention to retain the islands permanently, and set to work to create autonomous territories destined ultimately to be states of the Federated Philippine Republic. Whenever fit, we would soon see the way out of this tangle, and behold the beginning of the end of it. Whenever the 12 territorial governments should be gotten into smooth working order under elected native governors, the Philippine archipelago would then be nearly ready for independence. So far as its internal affairs are concerned, the danger of their being annexed on the first pretext by some one of the great land-grabbing powers should be met by our guaranteeing them their independence, as we do Cuba, until they could be protected by neutralization treaties, such as protect Belgium and Switzerland today, as explained in the chapter which follows this. Powers not specifically granted to the several states in embryo should, of course, until the final grant of independence, be reserved to the central government at Manila. Manila and Rizal Province would be available at almost any time as a 13th state, so that when the 12 states above suggested has shown themselves capable of local self-government, Manila and Rizal Province might be added to make the final one of 13 original states of a Philippine Republic. Any American who has seen a Filipino pueblo transformed, as if by magic, from listless apathy to a state of buzzing and busy enthusiasm, suggestive of a beehive, by preparations for some church fiesta, or for the coming of some dignitary from Manila, has seen something analogous to what would happen if the Filipino body politic should suddenly be electrified by a promise of independence under some such program as the above. A generous rivalry would at once ensue all over the archipelago in each of the 12 prospective states. Each would seek to be the first to be recommended by American authority as ready for statehood. I do not believe the annals of national experience contain any analogy where every member of a given community has rallied to a common cause more completely than the whole Filipino people would rally to such a prospective program of independence. The unanimity would be as absolute as the kind we saw among the American people at the outbreak of the Spanish War, when Congress one fine morning placed $50 million at the disposal of President McKinley by a unanimous vote. I especially invite attention to the fact that the above program throws away nothing that has been done by us in the islands in the last 12 years in the way of organization. It simply takes it and builds upon it. Congress should not attempt to work out the details from this end of the line. We should send men out there from here to work them out, with local cooperation from the leading Filipinos, men animated by the idea of working out a program under which the living may hope to see the independence of their country. Should they set out to take the place of the men now there who are irrevocably committed to the program of indefinite retention with undeclared intention, which holds out no hope to the living, it is not wise to arrange the details of the program by act of Congress without a year or two of study of the situation by such men on the ground. An act of Congress which goes into details before getting the recommendations of such men will inevitably set up a lot of straw and easy for the other side to knock down. All you need is a program sanctioned by Congress, containing a promise of independence, and men sent out to the islands to work out the program. They would report back from time to time, and the Congress by whose authority they went out would have no hesitation in being guided by their recommendations. If unpatriotic greed for office among the Filipinos, or other opposition animated by evil motives, should block the game, your Americans so sent out would have to recommend the calling of a halt. This ever-present shadow in the background would in turn throw the shadow of ostracism over all demagogues. Meantime, the Filipinos should be given a Senate, or upper house, in which the 13 prospective states should be represented by 2 men. The bill therefore to be framed out there, and sent back here to Congress for approval. This would give them under the plan here suggested, as soon as the Americans sent out should so recommend, a Senate of 26 members. At present, if the native assembly, or lower house, does not pass the annual appropriations necessary to run the government, the Appropriation Act of the preceding year again becomes law. At present, the upper house is the Philippine Commission. By withholding its consent, it can prevent any legislation whatsoever. So, at present, the Assembly is little more than a debating society. All questions as to appropriations, veto of legislation, and other details, in the event the Filipinos are given a Senate also, should be left to be fixed in the bill recommended by the men sent out to work out the program of promise. On March 20, 1912, Honorable W. A. Jones, the distinguished veteran congressman from Virginia, who was chairman of the Committee on Insular Affairs, introduced in the House of Representatives a bill entitled "A Bill to Establish a Qualified Independence for the Philippines, and to fix the date when such qualified independence shall become absolute and complete." The greater part of what precedes this paragraph of this chapter was written prior to March 20, 1912. M.R. Jones's bill works out the details of the independence problem in a manner somewhat different from the plan I suggest, but that does not make me any the less heartily in favor of the principle which his bill embodies. The supreme virtue of the Jones Bill is that it promises independence at a fixed date, July 4, 1921. It ends the cruel uncertainty, so unjust, to both the Filipinos and to the Americans in the Philippines, that is contained in the present program of indefinite retention with a declared intention 5 years ago in the North American Review for January 18 and June 21, 1907, the writer hereof expressed the belief that an earlier date was feasible. Thus, if 3 strong and able men, familiar with insular conditions, and still young enough to undertake the task 538, were told by a President of the United States, by authority of the Congress, go out there and set up a respectable native government in 10 years, and then come away, they could and will do it, and that government would be a success. And one of the greatest moral victories in the annals of free government would have been written by the gentlemen concerned upon the pages of their country's history. As M.R. Jones's bill allows 4 years more of time, I believe it to be absolutely safe. Governor Curry, the congressman from New Mexico herein above mentioned, who spent 8 years in the Philippines, agrees with the fundamental principle of the Jones Bill, that is to making a definite promise of independence within a few years, and does not consider 1921 too early. Under the present law, the Philippine Assembly has some 80 members, each supposed to represent 90,000 people, more or less. This tallies, roughly, with the census total of population, which is 7,600,539. Under the existing law in the Philippines, the qualifications for voting are really of 2 kinds, though nominally of 3 kinds. There is a property qualification, and there is an educational qualification. In any case, in order to vote, the individual must be 21 years old and must have lived for 6 months in the place where he offers to vote. The property qualification requires that the would-be voter own at least $250 worth of property, or pay a tax to the amount of $15. The explanation of how a man may not own $250 worth of property and yet pay $15 taxes is that under the old Spanish system, which we partially adopted, a man might pay such sigilla or poll tax as he preferred, according to a graduated scale, certain civic rights being accorded to those voluntarily paying the higher poll tax which were denied to those paying less. The educational qualification requires the would-be voter to speak, read, and write either English or Spanish, or else to have held certain enumerated, small municipal offices under the Spaniards, before the American occupation. M.R. Jones's bill proposes to add the speaking, reading, and writing of the native dialect of a given locality 540 to the educational qualification. This would double, or perhaps triple, the electorate, and would, in my judgment, be wise. Thousands upon thousands of natives who only speak a little Spanish can both speak, read, and write their native Tagalog, Ilocano, or Visayan, as a case may be. The total of those qualified to vote for members of the Assembly in 1907 was only about 100,000. At a later election, that number was doubled. If there are 7,500,000 people in the archipelago, 1/5 of these should represent the adult male population, say 1,500,000. Under M.R. Jones's bill, the electorate would probably increase to 500,000 long before the date he proposes for independence, July 4, 1921, but all such details as qualification for voting might, it seems to me, be left to people on the ground, their recommendations controlling, under a promise of independence by 1921, a very fair electorate of at least 1/3, possibly 1/2, of the adult male population could be built up, as the majority report on the Jones Bill, dated April 26, 1912, says. For nearly 10 years the average public school enrollment has not been less than 500,541. I believe that the Moros should be left as they are for the present. The time for solving that problem has not yet been reached. M.R. Jones himself evidently bases his idea of allowing the Moro country representation in the Philippine Congress, or legislature, provided by his bill, on the probability that enough Christian people will vote down there to make up an electorate that would not be impossible, i.e. absurd. For instance, he tells me that a great many people have moved into Mindanao from the Northern Islands for commercial reasons, and, if I recollect correctly, that Zamboanga, the most beautiful little port in Mindanao, which hardly had 10,000 people when I was there, now has possibly 50,000, but the Moro question need not stand in the way of setting up an independent government in the Philippines in 1921, as proposed by his bill. You have material for 13 original states, representing a population of nearly 7 million Christian people in Luzon and the 6 main Visayas Islands. Why delay the creation of this republic on account of 250,000 semi-civilized, crudely Mohammedan Moros in Mindanao, a separate island lying off to the south of the proposed republic? 542. A happy solution of the matter would be to send M.R. Jones out there as Governor General and let him work out the problem on the ground. He has had a long and distinguished career in the public service, 22 years in Congress. His public record and speeches on the Philippine question from the beginning would make him to the Filipinos the very incarnation of a bona fide intention on our part to give them their independence at the earliest practical moment, that is, at some time which the living might hope to see, when Governor Taft and M.R. ruled through the Philippine Government Act of 1902, the former had already been president of the Philippine Commission for 2 years, had been all over the archipelago, and knew it well. Suppose the Taft policy should be substituted by the more progressive Jones policy. M.R. Jones, or whoever is to change the policy, ought to have as much acquaintance with the subject acquired on the ground as M.R. Taft had when he formulated his policy of indefinite retention with undeclared intention. The nucleus of the Taft policy was stated by Governor Taft to the Senate Committee in 1902 as follows. 543. My own judgment is that the best policy, if a policy is to be declared at all, is to declare the intention of the United States to hold the islands indefinitely until the people shall show themselves fit for self-government under a gradually increasing popular government, when their relation to the United States, either of statehood or of quasi-independence, like the colony of Australia or Canada, can be declared after mutual conference. The policy which M.R. Jones has favored for the last 12 years is almost as well known to the Filipinos as are the views of M.R. Taft himself. In conclusion, the writer desires to say, with a special emphasis, that the suggestions outlining the plan which forms the bulk of this chapter are presented in a spirit of entire deference to the views of anyone else who may have considered this great subject carefully, especially to the views of M.R. Jones, whose bill is so entirely right. In principle, the one supreme need of the situation is a definite, legislative declaration which shall make clear to all concerned, to the Filipino demagogue and the American grafter, as well as to the great body of the good people of both races out there, that the governing of a remote and alien people is to have no permanent place in the purposes of our national life, and that we do bona fide intend to give the Filipinos their independence at a date in the future which will interest the living, by extending to the living the hope to see the independence of their country, and the Jones Bill does that. Chapter XXIX. The way out. Respect for the perpetual neutrality of Switzerland has now taken such lodgment in the conscience of Europe that its violation would inevitably provoke a storm of indignation. M. Martins in the Revue des Deux Mondes. On March 25, 1912, Honorable W. A. Jones, of Virginia, chairman of the House Committee on Insular Affairs, introduced a resolution, H.J. 278, proposing the neutralization of the Philippines to accompany his Philippine Independence Bill discussed in the preceding chapter. Such a resolution, accompanying such a bill, both introduced by one of the majority leaders in the House of Representatives, lifts the question of Philippine neutralization out of the region of the academic and brings it forward as a thing which must, sooner or later, command the serious consideration both of Congress and the country. There have been many such resolutions before that of M.R. Jones, but they are all the same in principle. All contemplate or guaranteeing the Filipinos their independence until the treaties they propose shall be consummated. In 1911, there were at least 9 such resolutions proposing neutralization of the Philippines, introduced by the following named gentlemen. The first a Republican, the rest Democrats. M.R. McCall of Massachusetts, M.R. Klein of Indiana, M.R. Sabath of Illinois, M.R. Garner of Texas, M.R. Peters of Massachusetts, M.R. Martin of Colorado, M.R. Burgess of Texas, M.R. Oldfield of Arkansas, and M.R. Ferris of Oklahoma. Because the neutralization plan to provide against the Philippines being annexed by some other power in case we ever give them their independence would, if successfully worked out, reduce by that much the possible area of war, and be a distinct step in the direction of universal peace, it is certainly worthy of careful consideration by the enlightened judgment of the Congress and the world. M.R. McCall is the father of the neutralization idea, so far as the House of Representatives is concerned, application of it to the Philippines having been first suggested at the Universal Peace Conference of 1904 by M.R. Irving Winslow of Boston. M.R. McCall has been introducing his neutralization resolution at every Congress for a number of Congresses past. The McCall Resolution, H.J. Rees 107, is the oldest, and perhaps the simplest, of the various pending resolutions for the neutralization of the Philippines, and is typical of all. It reads, Joint Resolution declaring the purpose of the United States to recognize the independence of the Filipino people as soon as a stable government can be established, and requesting the President to open negotiations for the neutralization of the Philippine Islands. Resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, that in accordance with the principles upon which its government is founded and which were again asserted by it at the outbreak of the war with Spain, the United States declares that the Filipino people of right ought to be free and independent, and announces its purpose to recognize their independence as soon as a stable government, republican in form, can be established by them, and thereupon to transfer to such government all its rights in the Philippine Islands upon terms which shall be reasonable and just, and to leave the sovereignty and control of their country to the Filipino people. Resolved, that the President of the United States be, and he hereby is, requested to open negotiations with such foreign powers as in his opinion should be parties to the compact for the neutralization of the Philippine Islands by international agreement. If the McCall Resolution, or any one of the kindred resolutions, were passed and complied with by the President of the United States, and accepted by the other powers, and the Filipinos were helped to organize territorial governments such as Arizona and New Mexico were, before they became states, several such territories could form the nucleus about which to begin to build at once. As indicated in the chapter on the road to autonomy, a number of such territories could be made at once as completely autonomous as the governments of the territories of Arizona and New Mexico were before. Their admission to our union, with those examples to emulate, together with the tingling of the general blood that would follow a promise of independence and a national life of their own. Similar territorial governments could be successively organized, as indicated in the preceding chapter, throughout the archipelago. These could, in less than 10 years, be fitted for admission to a federal union of autonomous territories, with the string of our sovereignty still tied to it, and an American Governor-General still over the whole, as now, and when the last island, not for admission and was admitted, the string could be cut, and the Federal Union of Territories admitted, through our good offices, to the Sisterhood of Nations, as an independent Philippine Republic. They would not bother the rest of the world any more than Belgium and Switzerland do, which are likewise protected by neutralization. The idea of international neutralization is not without pride of ancestry or hope of posterity. It was born out of the downfall of Napoleon I. The Treaty of Paris of 1815 declared that The neutrality and inviolability of Switzerland, as well as its independence of outside influences, are in conformity with the true interests of European politics. The Congress of Vienna, held afterwards in the same year, at which there were present, besides the various monarchs, such men as Wellington, Talleyrand, and Metternich, solemnly and finally reiterated a declaration would not the neutrality and inviolability of the Philippines be gladly acceded to by the great powers as being in conformity with the true interests of European politics and Asiatic politics as well, says M. de Martins in an article in the Revue des Deux Mondes for November 15, 1903. Respect for the perpetual neutrality of Switzerland has now taken such lodgment in the conscience of the civilized nations of Europe that its violation would inevitably provoke a storm of indignation. At present, the Philippines are a potential apple of discord thrown into the balance of power in the Pacific. The present policy of indefinite retention by us, with undeclared intention, leaves everybody guessing, including ourselves. Now is the accepted time, while the horizon of the future is absolutely cloudless, to ask Japan to sign a treaty agreeing not to annex the Philippine Islands after we give them their independence. By her answer she will show her hand. We, overcrowded monarchies, do not pretend any special scruples about annexing anything annexable. Germany very frankly insists that she became a great power too late to get her rightful share of the earth's surface, and that she must expand some whither, and only the virile menace of the Monroe Doctrine has so far stayed her heavy hand from seizing some portion of South America, but probably none of the powers would object to converting the Philippines into permanently neutral territory by the same kind of an agreement that protects Switzerland. The Treaty of London of 1831, relative to Belgium and Holland, declares, within the limits indicated, Belgium shall form an independent and perpetually neutral state. She shall be required to observe this same neutrality toward all the other states. The signatories to this treaty were Great Britain, France, Austria, Prussia, and Russia. 40 years after it was made, during the Franco-Prussian War, when Belgium's neutrality was threatened by manifestations of intention on the part both of France and of Prussia to occupy some of her territory, England served notice on both parties to the conflict that it either violated the territorial integrity of Belgium, she, England, would join forces with the other, and the treaty was observed. The specific way in which observance of it was compassed was this: Great Britain made representations to both France and Germany, which resulted in two identical conventions, signed in August 1870 at Paris and Berlin, whereby any act of aggression of either against Belgium was to be followed by England's joining forces with the other against the aggressor. So long as human nature does not change very materially, the green-eyed monster will remain a powerful factor in human affairs. The mutual jealousy of the powers will always be the saving grace in troubled times of neutralization treaties signed in time of profound peace. If balance of power considerations in Europe have protected the Turkish Empire from annexation or dismemberment all these years, without a neutralization treaty, why will not the mutual jealousy of the powers ensure the signing and faithful observance of a treaty tending to preserve the balance of power in the Pacific? Who would object? The Panama Canal is to be opened in 1913. We want South America to be a real friend to the Monroe Doctrine, which she certainly is not enthusiastic about now, and will never be while we remain wedded to the McKinley Doctrine of benevolent assimilation of unconsenting people. People anxious to develop, under God, along their own lines. In 1906, while Secretary of State of the United States, M.R. Ruth A. a tour of South America, he told those people down there, at Rio de Janeiro, our way of fighting your fears lest we may someday be moved to improve their condition also, through benevolent assimilation and vigorous application of the uplift treatment. We wish for no territory except our own. We deem the independence and equal rights of the smallest and weakest member of the family of nations entitled to as much respect as those of the greatest empire, and we deem the observance of that respect the chief guarantee of the weak against the oppression of the strong. That Rio de Janeiro speech of M.R. Roots is as noble a masterpiece of real eloquence, its setting and all considered, as any utterance of any statesman of modern times, among other things, he said. No student of our times can fail to see that not America alone, but the whole civilized world is swinging away from its own governmental moorings and entrusting the fate of its civilization to the capacity of the popular mass to govern, by this pathway, mankind is to travel, whithersoever it leads. Upon the success of this, our great undertaking, the hope of humanity depends. As Secretary of War, civilizing with a cry, M.R., Root reminds one of Cortez and Pizarro. As Secretary of State, he permits us to believe that all the great men are not dead yet. If, in making that Rio de Janeiro speech, M.R. Root laid to his soul the flattering unction that the minds of his hearers did not revert dubiously to his previous grand missionary work in the Philippines, where the percentage of literacy is superior to that of more than one Latin American republic, he is very much mistaken. If he is laboring under any such delusion, let him read a book written since then by a distinguished South American publicist called El Porvenir de la Americana Latina, The Future of Latin America. If he does not read Spanish, he can divine the contents of the book from the cartoon which adorns the title page. The cartoon represents the American eagle, flag and claw, standing on the map of North America, looking toward South America as if ready for flight, its peak bent over Panama, the shadow of its wings already darkening the northern portions of the sister continent to the south of us. To get the trade of South America, in the mighty struggle for commercial supremacy which is to follow the opening of the Panama Canal, we must win the confidence of South America. We will never do it until we do the right thing by the Filipinos. Concerning the Philippines, South America reflects that we annexed the first supposedly rich non-contiguous Spanish country we ever had a chance to annex that we had not previously solemnly vowed we would not annex. We must choose between the Monroe Doctrine of mutually respectful fraternal relation, which contemplates some 21 mutually trustful republics in the Western Hemisphere, all a unit against alien colonization here, and the McKinley Doctrine of grossly patronizing benevolent assimilation, which contemplates some 8 million people in the Eastern Hemisphere, all a unit against alien colonization of people. Moreover, whose friendship we have cultivated with the Japanese and the gallows, and modern, with power and other legislation enacted without knowledge and use, without sharing. We should stop running a kindergarten for adults in Asia, and get back to the Monroe Doctrine. There are only 2 hemispheres to a sphere, and our manifest destiny lies in the western one. We do not want the Earth. Our mission as a nation is to conserve the Republican form of government, and the consent of the governed principle, and to promote the general peace of mankind by ensuring it in our half of the Earth. The first thing to do to set this country right again is to get rid of the Philippines and give them a square deal. Pursuant to the spirit of the neutralization resolutions now pending before Congress, all these resolutions contain the one supreme need to be an honest declaration of intention. The longer we fight shy of that, the less likely we are ever to give the Filipinos their independence. And the deeper we get into the mire of mistaken philanthropy and covert exploitation. We should resume our original program of blazing out the path and making clear the way up which any nation of the earth may follow when it will. The path lies along the line of actually attempting as a nation a practical demonstration of the power of righteousness, or, in other words, the existence of an omnipotent, omniscient, benevolent good. Whether you spell it with 1 O or with 2 is not important. Shaping, guiding, and directing human affairs, such demonstration can be made through the concerted action of self-governing people under the written constitution based on equality of opportunity and the golden rule. As a people we are very young yet. It is not yet written in the book of time how long this nation will survive. So far, our government is only an experiment, but, as John Quincy Adams once said, it and its Constitution are an experiment upon the human heart, to see whether or not the golden rule will be prevalent among men. Notes. 1. The date contemplated by the pending Philippine independence bill, introduced in the House of Representatives in March 1912. Hun W. A. Jones, Chairman of the Committee on Insular Affairs. 2. 2. Congressional Report, December 6, 1897, p. 3. 3. Split Rock. 4. Senate Document 62, p. 381. 5. See pages 341XX Senate Document 62, Hardline, 55th Hall, 3D Test 1898-9. 6. Senate Document 62, p. 346. 7. H 349. 8. Native Minute about Singapore on Mohammedans, forbidden by the religion to use alcoholic beverages. 9. Senate Document 62, p. 354. 10. Senate Document 62, p. 356. 11. Hearing on King's Stairs, Senate Document 331, Part 3, 57 Congress 1901-2, Proceedings of June 26-8, 1902. 12. S. D. 331, PT. 3, p. 2927. 13. The Senate document has it backwards left verse A for Hong, clearly an error. 14. S. D. 331, PT. 3, p. 2932. 15. Hong, record, April 17, 1900, p. 4287. 16. S. D. 331, PT. 3, p. 2928. 17. Imp. 18. S. D. 148. 56 Con 2 Deces 1901, p. 6. 19. S. D. 331, PT. 3, p. 2937. 20. S. D. 331, PT. 3, p. 2934. 21. Imp. P. 2967. 22. CPP 2928 and 2956. S. D. 331. 43. 23. S. D. 331. PT. 3. P. 2965. 24. S. D. 331. PT. 3. P. 2939. 25. IPP 2936. 26. IPP 2940. 27. See letter of H. Irving Hancock, American War Correspondent in the Field, dated Manila, May 3, 1899. Published New York Criterion, June 17, 1899. This Hancock interview with General MacArthur was quoted in debate on the floor of the Senate on April 17, 1900. C. Hong, Rec. Of that day, and was corroborated by General MacArthur himself as substantially correct in that officer's testimony before the Senate in 1902. S. D. 331. PT. 2. 57th Congress. First Session, p. 1942, in answer to questions put by Senator Culberson. 28. Rem. Clay Macaulay, who afterwards made that statement in a letter to the Boston Transcript. 29. S. D. 331. PT. Anting Stories, and Other Strange Tales of the Filipinos. By Sergeant Game. Boston, Small, Maynard and Company 1901. Forward. The life of the inhabitants of the faraway eastern islands in which the people of the United States are now so vitally interested opens to our literature a new field not less fresh and original than that which came to us when Mr. Kipling first published his Indian Tales. India had always possessed its wonders and its remarkable delights, but they waited long for adequate expression. No less wonderful and varied are the inhabitants and the phenomena of the Philippines, and a new author, showing rare knowledge of the country and its strange peoples, now gives us a collection of simple yet powerful stories which bring them before us with dramatic vividness. Parts: half-naked natives. Man-apes, towering volcanoes, about whose summit clouds and unearthly traditions flow together, strange animals and birds, and stranger men, pythons, vegetable ropes, stained with human blood, feathering palm trees now fanned by soft breezes and now crushed to the ground by tornadoes. Unknown in it, stage was ever a more wonderful scene set for such a company of actors. That the truly remarkable stories written by Sergeant King do not exaggerate the realities of the strange life can be easily seen by anyone who has read the letters from Chris correspondents, our sergeants, or the more formal books of travel. Strangest, perhaps, of all the possibilities for fiction given, Anton at once a mysterious power to protect its possessor, and the outward symbol of the protection. No more curious fetish can be found in history of folklore. A button, a pen, a pillow, paper with unintelligible words scribbled upon it, a bone, a stone, a garment, anything, almost, often a thing of no intrinsic meaning. Its owner has been known to walk up to the muzzle of a loaded musket or brush upon the point of a bayonet with a confidence so sublime as to silence ridicule and command admiration with not respect. The editor. Contents. The Ending Captain Von Olive 1, The Cave in the Side of Corin 21, The Conjure Man of Seahawk 41, Mrs. Hannah Smith, Nurse 65, The 15th Yard Number 3, Our Lady of Pilar 113, A Question of Time 131, The Spirit of Mount Otho 153, With What Measure You Meet 179, Told Abbey Club 185, Told at Sea 211, Ending Stories. The Ending Captain Von Olive. During a little battle between the American forces and the Tagalongs, and the natives have been driven back. The stone church of Santa Maria, around which the engagement had been hottest, and far beyond which the native lines had now been driven, had been turned into a hospital for the wounded Tagalongs left by their comrades on the field. Beneath a far-thatched shed behind the church lay the bodies of the dead, stiff and still under the coverings of coconut fiber cloth thrown hastily over them. The light of the full tropic moon through the shadow of the roof over them like a soft, brown velvet pall. They were to be buried between daybreak and sunrise, that the men who buried them might escape the later days. The American picket line had been posted a quarter of a mile beyond the church, near which no other guard had been placed. Not long after midnight, a surgeon, one of the two men left on duty in the church, happened to look up through a broken window towards the shed, and, in the shadow, against the open moonlight flooded field beyond, saw something moving. Looking close, he could make out the slim, brown figure of the native passing quickly from one covered form to another, and turning back the coconut fiber cloth to look at each dead man's face. Calling the man who was working with him, the surgeon pointed at the man beneath the shed to him. "That fellow has no business there," he said. "He has slipped through the line in some way. He may be a spy, but even if he is not, he is here for no good. We must capture him." "All right," was the answer. "You go around the church one way, and I will come the other." When the surgeon, outside the hospital, reached a place where he could see the shed again, the Tagalog had ceased his search. He had found the body he was looking for, and sat down on his knees beside it was, searching for something in the clothing which covered the dead man's breast. A moment later he had seen men stealing towards him from the church, had cleared the open space beneath the shed underneath, and was off in the moonlight. running towards the outposts. The surgeons swarmed, and one fired a shot after him from his revolver. Might as well shoot at the shadow of that palm tree, the one he had shot at. Anyway, it will wake up the pickets, and they may catch him. What do you suppose he was after? He added. Don't know, said his companion. You wait, and I'll get a lantern, and we will see. The lantern's light showed the clothing parted over a dead man's body, and the fragment of a leather thong which had gone about his neck, with broken ends. Whatever had been fastened to the thong was gone, carried away by the tiger log when he had fled. The next morning the prisoner was brought to headquarters. The picket, who caught him, sir, the officer who brought the prisoner reported that he heard a shot near the church where the wounded lady died. And then this man came running from the herd. The surgeons who had been on night duty at the hospital were sent for, and their story heard. Search the man, said the officer in command. The native submitted to the ordeal in sullen silence, and made no protest, when, from some place within his clothing, there was taken a small, dirty leather bag from which two broken ends of leather thongs still hung. Only his eyes followed the officer's hands wolfishly, as they untied the string which fastened the bag, and took from it a little leather-bound book not more than 2 inches square. The officer looked at the book curiously. It was very thin, and upon the tiny pages, yellow with age, there was writing, still legible, although the years which had stained the paper yellow had faded the ink. He spelled out a few words, but they were in a language which he did not know. Take the man to the prison, he said. I will keep the book. Later in the day the officer called an orderly. Send Lieutenant Smith to me, he said. By one of the odd chances of war where, like that in the Philippines, the forces at first must be hastily raised, Captain Von Toller and a subordinate officer for whom he had sent had been citizens of the same town. The captain had been a businessman, shrewd and keen, too keen, some of his neighbors sometimes said of him. Lieutenant Smith was a college man, a law student. It had been said of them in their native town that both had paid court to the same young woman, and that the younger man had won in the race. If this were so, there had been no evidence on the part of either in the service to show that they were conscious of the fact. There had been little communication between them, it is true, but when there had been the subordinate officer, never overlooked the deference due his superior. I wish you would take this book, said Captain Von Tolle, after he had told briefly how the volume happened to be in his possession, and see if you can translate it. I suspect it must be something of value, from the risk this man took to get it. Possibly dispatches from one native leader to another, the nature of which we ought to know. The young man took the queer little book and turned the pages, curiously. I hardly think what is written here can be dispatches, he said. The paper and the ink note looked too old for that. The words seem to be Latin. Bad Latin too, I should say. I think it is what the natives call an anting-anting. That is a charm of some kind. Evidently this one did not save the life of the man who wore it. Probably it is a very famous talisman, else they would not have run such a risk to try to get it back. Can you read it? Not offhand. With your permission I will take it to my tent, and I think I can study it out there. Do so. When you make English of it I'd like to know what it says. I am getting interested in it. The lieutenant bowed and went away. Bring that prisoner to me, the captain ordered, later in the day. Do you want to go free? He asked, when the Tagalog had been brought. If the Senor wills. What is that book? The man made no answer. Tell me what the book is, and why you wanted it. And you may go home. Will the Senor give me back the book to carry home with me? I don't know. I'll see later about that. It was an anting-anting. The strongest we ever knew. The man who had it was a chief. When he was dead I wanted it. If this was such a powerful charm, why was the man killed who had it on? Why didn't it save him? The Tagalog was silent. Come. Tell me that, and you may go. And have the book? Yes. And have the book. It is a very great ending. It never fails in its time. The man who made it, a famous wise man, very many years ago, watched one whole month for the secrets which the stars told him to write in it. But the last night, the night of the full moon, he fell asleep, and on that one day and night of the month the ending has no good in it for the man who wears it, else the truth would not be dead. You made the attack that day, or people never would. Lieutenant Smith to see you, sir, an orderly announced. All right. Send him in. And take this fellow outside. But, senor, the man's eyes plead for him as loudly as his words. The ending. You said I could have it and go. Yes, I know. Go out and wait. What do you report, Lieutenant? Can you read it? Yes. This is very singular. There is no doubt that the book is now nothing but a charm. Yes. I found that out. But I feel sure it was originally something more than that. Something very strange. What? It purports to be the record of the doings of a man who seems to have died here many years ago, written by himself. It tells a strange story, which, if true, may be of great importance now. To make sure the record would be kept, the writer made the natives believe it was a charm, while it's being written in Latin kept the nature of its message from them. Have you read it? Most of it. Sometimes the word is gone, faded out. And a few words I cannot translate. I don't remember all my Latin. I have written out a translation as nearly as I can make it out. He handed a paper to the captain, who read, I, Christopher Linnes, am about to die. Once I had not thought that this would be my end, a tropic island, with only savages about me. I had thought of something very different since I got the gold. Perhaps, after all, there is a curse on Treasure Goddess that was. If there is, and the sin is to be expiated in another world, I shall know it soon. I did not. Here there was a break, and the story went on. All the others are dead, and the wreck of our ship has broken to bits and has disappeared. Before the ruin was complete, though, I had brought the gold on shore and buried it. No one saw me. The natives ran from us at first, far into the forest, and the words which would have finished the sentence were wanting. Or 3 islands lie out at sea in a line with a promontory like a buffalo's head. I sunk the gold deep in the sands, at the foot of the cliff, and dug a word cross in the rock above it. Someday I hope, a white man guided by this, will find the treasure and... There was no more, said the lieutenant, when the captain, coming to the sudden and looked up at him. The last few pages of the book are gone, torn out, or worn loose and lost. What I have translated was scattered over many pages, with disconnected signs and characters written in between. The book was evidently intended to be looked upon as a mystic talisman, probably that the natives on this account might be sure to take good care of it. All of the Tagalogs who can procure them carry these, ending. Some are thought to be much more powerful than others. Evidently this was looked upon as an unusually valuable charm. Sometimes they are only a button, sewed up in a rag. One of the prisoners we took not long ago wore a broad piece of cloth over his breast, on which was stained a picture of a man killing another with a firearm. He believed that while he wore it no one could kill him with that weapon, and thought the only reason he was not killed in the skirmish in which he was captured was because he had the ending on. Do you believe the story which the book tells is true? The captain inquired. I don't know. Some days I think I could believe anything about this country. Have you shown the book to anyone else, or told anyone what you make out of it? No. Do not do so, then. That is all, now. I will keep the book, he added, putting the little brown volume inside his coat. Several days later the officer in charge of the quarters where the native prisoners were confined reported to the captain, one of the prisoners keeps begging to be allowed to see you, sir, he said. He says you told him he might go free. Shall I let him be brought up here? Yes. Send him up. Well? Said Captain Von Tollig, when the man appeared at headquarters, and the orderly who had brought him had retired. The little book, Senor. You said I could have it back, and go. Yes. You may go. I will have you sent safely through our lines. But the book I have decided to keep. The man's face grew ash-colored with disappointment or anger. But, Senor, he protested. You told me. I know. But I have changed my mind. You can go, if you wish, without the book, or not, just as you choose. Then I will stay, the Tagalog said slowly, adding a moment later, my people will surely slay me if I go back to them without the book. Very well. The captain called for the guard, and the man was taken back to prison. But later in the day an order was sent that he be released from confinement and put to work with some other captured natives about the camp. During the next 2 or 3 weeks a stranger to Tagalog methods of warfare might very reasonably have thought the war was ended, so far as this island, at least, was concerned. The natives seemed to have disappeared mysteriously. Even the men who had been longest in the service were puzzled to account for the sudden ceasing of the constant skirmishing which had been the rule before. The picket lines were carried forward and the location of the camp followed from time to time as scouting parties returned to report the country clear of foes. The advance would have been even more rapid, except for the necessity of keeping communication open at the rear with the harbor where 2 American gunboats lay at anchor. As a result of one of the advances, the camp was pitched one night upon a broad plateau looking out upon the sea. Inland the ground rose to the thickly forest-clad slope of a mountain, to which the American officers felt sure the Tagalogs had finally retreated. Early in the evening, when the heat of the day had passed, a group of these officers were standing with Captain Von Tollig in the center of the camp, examining the mountain slope with their glasses. What did you say was the name of this place? One of the officers asked a native deserter who had joined the American forces and at times had served as a guide to the expedition. That is Mount Tigonda, he answered, pointing to the hills before them, and this, swinging his hand around the plateau on which the camp's tents were pitched, is La Plaza del Carabalos. The captain's eyes met those of Lieutenant Smith. La Plaza del Carabalos means the square of the water buffaloes. As if with one thought the 2 men turned and looked out to sea. The sun had set. Against the glowing western sky a huge rock at the plateau's farthest limit was outlined. Rough carved as the rock had been by the chisel of nature, the likeness to a water buffalo's head was striking. Beyond the rock 3 islands lay in a line upon the sunset-lighted water. Far out from the foot of the cliff the 2 men could hear the waves beating upon the sand. This is an excellent place for a camp, the captain said when he turned to his men again. I think we shall find it best to stay here for some time. Perhaps a month of respite from attack had made the sentries careless. Perhaps it was only that the Tagalogs had spent the time in gathering strength. No one can ever know just how that wicked slaughter of our soldiers in the campaign on that island did come about. The Tagalogs swept down into the camp that night as a hurricane might have blown the leaves of the mountain trees across the plateau. And then were gone again, leaving death, and wounds worse than death, behind them. When our men had rallied, and had come back across the battleground, they found among the others, the captain lying dead outside his tent. A Tagalog dagger lay beside the body, and the uniform had been torn apart until the officer's bare breast showed. The first full moon of the month shone down upon the dead man's white, still face. The cave in the side of Corin. A barong is a Moro native's favorite weapon. With one deft twirl, and then a downward slash of the keen steel blade he can cleave the skull of an opponent from crown to teeth, or cut an arm clean from the shoulder socket. When I was sent with a squad of brave men from my company to reconnoiter from Mount Halcon, in the island of Mindoro, and the force was ambushed, the way I saw the men meet death will always make me hate a Moro. Why I was spared, then, and bound, instead of being killed like the men, I could not imagine. Later I knew. The Moros had no business to be on Mindoro, anyway. Their home was in Mindanao, far to the south. but 300 years of Spanish attempt to rule them had left them still an untamed people, and the war between the two races had been endless. Each year when the southwest monsoons had blown, the Moro workers had gone northward carrying murder and pillage wherever they had appeared. When the Spanish were not too much occupied elsewhere, they fitted out retaliatory expeditions, which left effects of little evidence. That year the Moros had found not Spaniards but a small force of American troops, sent south from Manila, and from them had cut off my little scouting squad. It made no difference to them that we were of another nation. They cared nothing for a change in rulers. We were white and Christians. That was enough. We were to be slain. The leader of the Moros was a tall old man with glittering eyes set in a gloomy face. I watched him as I lay down on the deck of one of the war proas. For, fearing attack I suppose, soon after my capture, the sails had been spread and a fleet of boats turned to the south. Feed them, the chief had said, when night came on, and pointed to me with his foot. I thought that I had been saved from death or slavery, and deemed it the worst fate possible. I did not know that Moro nature. On the afternoon of the 5th day out, we passed Busuang and approached a small rocky island as afterwards learned was pouring. So far as could be seen, no human habitation was near, and far to the south stretched the unbroken waters of the Sula Sea. The chief gave an order in the Moro tongue, and a black and yellow flag was done up to the masthead. In response to the signal, all the Baronta, they joined us in a little bay at the end of the island, and dropped anchor. At one side they would be possible to land and climb from the top of the island, from which, everywhere else, as far as I could see, a sheer cliff came down 300 feet to where the waves beat against the jagged rocks at its base. The smaller boats which had been towed behind the larger craft were cast off and brought alongside the chief's proa. I was lifted into one and rowed to a place where we could land. My feet had been untied, but my hands were still fastened behind my back. Two Moros grasped me by the arms and guided me between them. They would not let me turn my head, but I could hear the voices of men following us. The chief led the way. He did not speak or pause until we had reached the level summit of the island. When he did speak, it was in Spanish, which he had learned that I understood. We were halted on the very edge of the precipice. Far down below, the little fleet of war proas floated lightly on the water, the black and yellow signal still fluttering from the flagship. I could see now that the men that had come up the path behind me had brought a quantity of folks. Perhaps there were 30 men in all. I wondered what they were going to do with me, but had decided that any fate was evident to be a Moro slave. "That of Mindanao," said the chief. "You know our errand." "You know how. All the men of our band have been captured by the white men of the north, to lie in prisons there, where death comes so slowly that if allowed, there would be paradise. The few that have crept back to us, weak, hollow-eyed and trembling, have only come to show us what it meant to starve, and then have died. The sky is just, and gives us once and again a white man to whom we may show that the prophet's words, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, are just. Give the white dog his due." Two men grasped me and wound a stout rope, coil after coil, about me, from my neck to my feet, until I was as helpless as a swathed Egyptian mummy. One end of another rope was fastened in a slip noose about my body, and a dozen of the men, sitting well back from the edge of the cliff and bracing themselves one against another, paid out the rope. The chief himself, touching me with his foot as he would have touched some unclean thing, rolled me over the brink of the precipice. Both sharp rocks cut my face until the blood came, but that meant little to a man who expected to be dropped upon rocks just a short 300 feet beneath him. Slowly I was lowered down the face of the cliff until, perhaps 20 feet down, I found to my surprise that my descent had ceased, and that I was dangling before the mouth of a cave of considerable size. While I swung there, wondering what would happen next, the end of a rope, ladder flung down from above, dropped across the opening in the side of the cliff, and a moment later 2 agile Moros climbed down the ladder, and from it entered the cave. From where they stood, it was easy for them to reach up and haul me in after them, as a bale of merchandise, swinging from a hoisting pulley, is hauled in through a window. Loosening the slip knot they fastened into it, the rope which had been coiled about my body, and giving it a jerk as a signal, the whole was drawn up out of sight. Then, binding my feet again, they laid me on the hard rock near the mouth of the cave, and climbed nimbly back as they had come. The rope ladder was drawn up, and I was left alone. I was to be left there to starve. That was what the chief sighed for, and I in a tooth for a tooth had meant. From where they had left me, I could see the proas at anchor, and see the rocky point on which we had landed. That night they built a fire on the rocks where I could see it, and feasted there with songs and dancing. Whenever the wind freshened, the smell of the boiling fish came up to where I was, and I understood then why it was that I had not been fed that day as usual on the deck of the war proa. I began to realize something of the depths of cruelty of the moral nature. Began, I say, for I found out later that even then I did not measure it all. In the morning the proas were still at anchor, and during the day and night there was more feasting. Sometime that day I freed my hands. I found that the bonds had been nearly cut. Evidently the men who left me had meant that I should free myself. It was easy then to untie the rope which bound my ankles, but if I was from hunger and cramped from being so long bound, it was some time before I could bear my weight upon my feet. When I could, it was the morning of the second day of my imprisonment, and the third that I had been without food. The men below were sleeping about the corrals, stretched out on the decks of the proas. A sentinel on the rocky point poked the smoldering embers of the fire, and breaking out some overdone fragments of fish, made a breakfast from them and pitched the bones into the sea. Only those who have lived 3 days without food can understand how delicious even those cast-off fish bones look to me. I walked away from the mouth of the cave to where I did not see the men sleep. The daylight enabled me to explore the interior of the cave more thoroughly than I had been able to do before. From the crevice, far within, a tiny thread of water trickled down the rock. It was too thin to be called a stream, and was flat up and covered by the air before it reached the mouth of the cave, but I found that I could press my hand against the wall, and after a long time got a long enough to moisten my lips and throat. Or even the was thankful. At least, I should not die of thirst. Still farther in the cave I found a pile of something lying on the floor. I did not see in the dark there what it was, but thought a double handful out to the light. It was a fragment of a military uniform wrapped loosely around some human guns. Then briefly, the cloth was a corroded button on which I could still discern the insignia of Spain. I flung the poor helmet as far out from the cave as my weak strength would let me, and sat down, wondering how long it would be until the bones and uniform of a soldier of the United States would lie rotting there beside those of a soldier of Spain. A shout from below roused me. A man had seen the fragments of cloth fluttering down and had greeted them. The men had landed on the rocky pole again, and party of them were coming up the path. Run on. A pole carried over the shoulders of 2 of them was a piece of fish net, through the meshes of which I could see a dozen coconuts. There was food. Delicious food. And they were bringing it to me. I understood it all now. They had not meant to starve me, but only to torture me before they took me on to slavery. How good that was. Slavery did not seem hard to me now. Slavery was better than starvation. Oh, I would work gladly enough, no matter how hard the task, if I could only have food. The men had passed out of sight, now, climbing upward, and by and by, I heard them talking about me. I leaned as far out from the mouth of the cave as in my weakness I dared, and looked up. Yes, I was right. The bag of coconuts was being lowered to me. I could see the black face of the Moor who was directing the operation, peering over the edge of the cliff. I sank down too weak to stand. I thought I must save what little strength I had to break a nut against the rock when they reached me. I could see the bottom of the fish net bag. Now it was even with the cave. I could reach it if it was only a little nearer. But if not, those foolish Moros swing it nearer. I leaned out from the cave, again to try and signal to them. What was this I saw? Not one, but 20 black faces raining down at me with devilish cruelty. And the bag of food that I had waited for, hung by a rope from the end of the pole pushed out from the rock above, swung lazily around and around just beyond my reach. I made a frantic effort to grasp it, and barely saved myself from falling headlong. Thus, the laughter of the man above was answered by a chorus of shouts from below. I looked down. From the decks of the Crows and from above, the fire on shore, where another feast was beginning, the more men were watching me. Then I understood for the first time the depths of moral cruelty. I was to be waited there until, crazed by hunger, I flung myself to an awful death upon the rocks below. I wondered how many men, perhaps, braver soldiers than I, had gone down there before me. I would not. If die I must, I would at least shoot those gibbering things of their show. I would die as that other man had done, far, in the cave and unsung. I dragged myself in, drank from the little stream of water, and lay down. I must have slept, or lain, asleep for several hours, since, when I recovered myself again, it was late afternoon. From where I lay I could see the bag of coconuts swing in the breeze. Perhaps it had blown here and I could reach it. I dragged myself out to the mouth of the cave again. It was just as far away as ever, and I too weak now to try to reach it. After a time I began to realize that there was no noise from the revelers below. I looked down. The bay was empty. The Crows had gone, the men gone with them, and not a breath of smoke rising from the ashes showed where their fires had been. They must have put out their fires, and then I wondered why. Anyway, I had cheated them again. They had become discouraged, waiting to see me die, and had gone. These thoughts were passing quickly through my mind, when suddenly I saw something which made me stand up, weak as I was. Far out across the Strait of Mindoro, a streamer of black smoke showed against the sky. My eyes followed it to where a great hull rested on the water. It was one of our gunboats bound from Isle on the back of the river. I shouted, faintly, forgetting that Mala was safe way between her and myself. I knew when I stopped to think that she was going from me. Even if she had come near Corn, she had passed while I lay asleep. That was why the Crows had gone. They had seen the streak of smoke, and slipping behind the island of Corn had gone around Helion, and so on, home. I must have slept for some time after that, for when I was next conscious of anything it was the full moon of the day, and the cave was flooded with the bright light of noon. I did not suffer anything, now, that seemed to have passed. I lay quite easy, and wondered what it was that had aroused me. After a while I could tell. It was the ceaseless twittering of a flock of birds which were flying in and out of the cave. They had not been there before, nor had I seen them about. They must have come during the night. I thought if I could catch one I would eat it, but I decided it was useless to try to catch them. They darted about so swiftly. By and by I felt sure that this was so, for I could see that the birds were swallows, and there came into my mind a vivid picture of the high beams of my father's barn, away in Vermont, when I was a boy, and the barn swallows flashing like arrows, through the star-shaped openings far up in the gable ends. Two of the birds had lighted on the wall opposite me, clinging to the rock. I wondered what they were doing there. Perhaps I could catch them. I would try. I found that I could rise, and that I was much stronger than I had thought. Even a hope of food seemed to give me strength. I crept towards the birds and put out my hand. The birds flew, and dodgingly swept out into the sunlight. I was near enough, this side of the cave now, to see what they had been doing. Fastened to the rock was the beginning of what was to be a nest. Once, years before that, I had been a guest of honor at a 10-course Chinese dinner. After the tiny china cups of fiery liquor, which was the first course, had been drunk, the servant brought on what looked to me like fine white sponges boiled in chicken broth. My host told me that this was bird's nest soup, the most famous dish of China, made of material worth its weight in gold. It came back to me now that he had added that the best nests were gathered in the Philippine Islands. Little did I imagine then what that scrap of table conversation might one day mean to me. I pulled the nest down and ate it. It looked like white gloom, and tasted like beef jelly. I looked for another, and found it and ate it. There were no more. I drank my fill of water, when I could get it, which took some time, and then I lay down and went to sleep. I felt as if I had eaten a full meal. When I woke I could almost have danced, I felt so strong and well again. In my new strength I even tried to reach the bag of coconuts, but they hung just as far off as ever, and that was so far no breeze quite flung them within my reach. No matter. While I had slept, the birds had been at work, and half a dozen half-formed nests were glued to the rocks in easy reach. They grew like mushrooms in the night. I pulled down 2 and ate them. For dinner I had 2 more, and 1 for supper. After that I had no cause to suffer, so far as food and water were concerned. When the birds built faster than my immediate wants required, I tore the completed nests down before the builders could spoil them and stored them away. The birds twittered and scolded, but began to build again. How long this would have lasted I do not know, but one morning when I woke and came to the mouth of the cave to look out, I saw that in the night a Chinese junk, with broad-letting sails, had dropped anchor in the bay below. The shout of joy I gave came near being my ruin, for when the Chinese sailors heard it, and looked up to see a white-faced figure, gesticulating wildly in a hole in the front of the cliff, so far above, then they thought, quite reasonably enough, that they had discovered the door to the home of the evil one himself, and that one of his ministers was trying to entice them to enter. Fortunately they could not flee until the anchor was raised and the sails unfurled, and, before this was done their curiosity and common sense combined had conquered their fear. The leader of the expedition, I learned later, had been to Corin before, and now, lying in siege sticks as a precaution. In case I did prove to be an evil spirit, he climbed to the top of the cliff where he could talk with me. He had seen Moro fish nets and pearl nests before, and he knew the Moro nature, so it did not take long to make him understand my story, nor much longer for him to effect my release. For these Chinese nest hunting expeditions thought that it was all manner of rock scaling machinery in the way of rope ladders, slings and baskets. I was very kindly treated on board the junk we were all among the party Caesar gathering nests, but when the men came to know my story, and learned how for 2 weeks I had lived on nothing but
Graviton,
swallows'
baby.
nests with their weight in gold. Remember, they used to look at me, some of them, in a way which made me almost wonder if sometime when I was asleep they might not kill me, as the farmers might kill the goose that laid the golden egg. The conjure man of Siargao. When I woke that morning, the monkey was sitting on the footboard of my bed, looking at me. Not one of those impudent beasts that do nothing but drink and chatter, but a fine, old man-looking animal, with a fatherly, benevolent face. All the same, monkeys are never to be trusted, even if you know more about them than I could about what you said if you unannounced him. My speaking mood was an idea. Twilight. I shouted, Twilight. The woven bamboo walls of the Philippine house allow sound and air to pass freely, and my native servant promptly entered the room. Take that monkey away, I said. Oh, senor, cried Twilight. Never! You cannot mean it. The conjure, man of Siargao brought him to you this morning, as a gift. Much good always comes to the house which the conjure man smiles on. In the name of the gentleman is the conjure man, and why is he smiling on me? I know. He is an old man who has lived back in London for many years. He knows more conjure charms than any other man or woman in Siargao. The mountain apes come to his house to be fed, and people say that he can talk with them. He left no message, but brought the monkey, and said that the beast was for you. Well, take the creature out of the room while I dress, can't you? Si, senor, Twilight replied. But the way in which he went about the task showed that for him, at least, the gift monkey from the conjure man of Siargao was no ordinary animal. The monkey, After gravely inspecting the hand which Twilight respectfully extended to him, condescended to step from the footboard of the bed upon it, and they formed from the room. After that the wise man, for I gave the little animal its name, was a regular member of my family, and in time I came to be attached to him. He was never mischievous or noisy, and would sit for an hour at a time on the back of a chair watching me while I worked or read. He was expert in catching scorpions and the other nuisances of the convicts who was from clean housekeeping or into the flesh, and never after he was brought in did we have any learning from them. He seemed to feel that the hunting of such vermin was his especial duty, and, in fact, I learned later that he had been regularly trained to do this. Chiefly, though, he helped me in the increase of prestige which he gave me with the natives. Twilight treated me with almost as much respect as he did the monkey, when he realized that for some inscrutable reason, the conjure man had chosen to favor me with his friendship. The villagers, after that early morning visit, looked upon my bench, and behind was a sort of temple, and I suspect more than one friend stealthily up conveniently close trees at night to try to peer between this light of which the house was built, to learn in that way if they could what the inner rooms of the temple were like. My house was up a tree. Up several trees, in fact. Like most of those in Siargao, it was built on posts and sawed-off trunks of palm trees. The floor was 8 feet above the ground, and we entered by way of a ladder which at night we drew up after us. Or, rather I drew up, for since Twilight slept at home, the wise man and I had our house to ourselves at night. The morning the monkey came, Twilight was prevailed upon to borrow a ladder from another house, and built I like my own to the extent of putting the monkey in. I had been in Siargao for 2 years, as the agent in a Hong Kong firm, which was trying to build up the hemp industry there. That was before the American occupation of the islands. The village where I lived was the seaport. I would have been insufferably lonesome if I had known it something to interest me in my very abundant spare time, for, during much of the year I was, or rather I had supposed I was, with the exception of the Falkers, the only white man on the island. Twice a year, the Spanish tax collector came and stayed long enough to wring every particle of money which he possibly could out of the poor natives, and then supplemented this by taking in addition such articles of produce as could be easily handled, and whatever money value ended up, the interest which I have referred to as sustaining me was in the plants, trees, and flowers of the island. I was not a trained naturalist, but I had a fair knowledge of commercial tropic vegetation before I came to the island, and this had proved a good foundation to work on. Our hemp plantation was volcano, and in going to end. From this I began to study the possibilities of the wild trees and plants. It ended in my being able to write a very fair description of the vegetation of this part of the archipelago, explaining how many of the plants might be utilized for medicine or food, and the trees for lumber, dyestuffs, or food. One who has not been there cannot begin to understand the possibilities of the forests under the hand of a man who really knows them. One of the first things which interested me was that Twilight made with me that he could serve me a whole meal, sufficient and palatable, and use nothing but bamboo in doing this. The only thing Twilight asked to have to work with was a machete, a sharp native sword. With this he walked to the nearest clump of bamboo, split open a dry joint, and cutting out 2 sticks of a very peculiar shape lighted fire by rubbing them together. Having got his fire, he split another large green joint, the center of which he hollowed out. This he filled with water and set on the fire, where it would resist the action of the heat until the water in it boiled, just as I have seen water in a pitcher plant leaf in America set on the coals of a blacksmith's fire and boil vigorously. In this water, he stewed some fresh young bamboo shoots, which make a most delicious kind of greens, and finally made meat from the wooded platter off which to eat and a knife and fork to eat with. I acknowledged that he had won the bet. It was on one of the excursions which I made into the forest in my study of these natural resources that I met the conjure man. I had been curious to see him ever since he had called on me that morning, before I was awake, and left the wise man, in lieu of a card, But inquiry of Pilak and various other natives invariably elicited the reply that they did not know where he lived. I learned afterwards that the liars went to him frequently for charms and medicines to ease in sickness, at the very time they were telling me that they did, not even knowing what part of the forest his home was. Later events showed that fear could make them do what coaxing could not. It happened that one of my expeditions took me well up the side of a mountain which the natives called Tuipi, so near as I could catch their pronunciation. I never saw the name in print. The mountain's sides were rocky enough so that they were not so impassable on account of the dense undergrowth as much of the island was, and I had much less trouble than usual going forward after I left the regular carballs, water buffalo, track. I had gone on up the mountain for some distance, Pilak, as usual, following me, when, turning to speak to him, I found to my amazement that the fellow was gone. How, when or where he had disappeared I could not imagine, for he had answered a question of mine only a moment before. If I had been surprised to find myself alone, I was 10 times more surprised to turn back again and find that I was not alone. A man stood in the path in front of me, an old man, but standing well, erect, and with keen dark eyes looking out at me from under shaggy, white eyebrows. I knew at once, or felt rather than knew, for the knowledge was instinctive, that this must be the conjure man of Siargao, but I was dumbfounded to find him, not, as I had supposed, a native, but a white man, as surely as I am one. Before I could pull myself together enough to speak to him, he spoke to me in Spanish, calling me by name. "You see, I know your name," he said, and then added, as if he saw the question in my eyes, "Yes, it was I who brought the monkey to your house. I knew so long as he was there no man or woman on this island would molest you. You wonder why I did it? Because in all the time you have been here, and in all your going about the island, you have never cruelly killed the animals, as most white men do who come here. The creatures of the forest are all I have had to love for many years, and I have liked you because you have spared them. How I happened to come here first, and why I have stayed here all these years, is nothing to you. Quite likely you would not be so comfortable here alone with me if you knew. Anyway, you are not to know. You are alone, you see. Your servant took good care to get out of the way when he knew that I was coming. How did you know my name, I made out to ask, and so much about me? The natives have told me much of you, when they happen to me, for medicines, which they are too thick-headed to see for themselves, although they grow beneath their feet. Then I have seen you many times, myself, when you have been in the forest, and had no idea that I, or anyone, for that matter, was watching you. Why do I see you now, then? I asked. Because the desire to speak once more to a young man grew too strong to be resisted. Because you happened to come, today, near my home, to which, he added, with a very courteous inclination of his head, I hope that you will be so good as to accompany me. I wish that I could describe that strange home so that others could see it as I did. Imagine a big, broad house, thatched, and built of bamboo, like all of those in Siargao, that the earthquakes did not shake them down, but built, in this case, upon the ground. A man to whom even the snakes of the forest were submissive, as they were to this man, had no need to perch in trees, as the rest of us must do, in order to sleep in safety. Above the house the gloomy tops of a group of great palm trees waved in the air. Birds, more beautiful than any I had ever seen, on the island, flirted their brilliant feathers in the trees around the house, and in the vines which laced the tops of the palm trees. Together a troop of monkeys was chattering. The birds showed no fear of us, and one, a gorgeous parrot, flew from the tree in which it had been perched and settled on the shoulder of the conjure man. The monkeys, when they saw us, set up a chorus of welcoming cries, and began letting themselves down from the tree tops. My guide threw a handful of rice on the ground for the bird, and tossed a basket of tamarinds to where the monkeys could get them. Then, having placed me in a comfortable hammock woven of coconut fiber, and brought me a pipe and some excellent native tobacco, he slung another hammock for himself, and settled down in it to ask me questions. Imagine telling the news of the world for the last quarter of a century to an intelligent and once well-educated man who has known nothing of what has happened in all that time except what he might learn from ignorant natives who had obtained their knowledge second-hand from Spanish tax collectors only a trifle less ignorant than themselves. Just in the middle of a sentence I became aware that someone was looking at me from the door of the house behind me. Somebody or something. I had an uncomfortable feeling that I did not quite know which. I twisted around in the hammock to where I could look. An enormous big ape stood erect in the doorway, steadying herself by one hand placed against the door casing. She was looking at me intently, as if she did not just know what to do. My host had seen me turn in the hammock. Europa, he said, and then added some words which I did not understand. The huge beast came towards me, walking erect, and gravely held out a long and bony paw for me to shake. Then, as if satisfied that she had done all that hospitality demanded of her, she walked to the further end of the thatched veranda and stood there looking off into the forest, from which there came a few minutes later the most unearthly and yet most human cry I ever heard. I sprang out of my hammock, but before I could ask, what was that? The big ape had answered the cry with another one as word as the first. Sit down, I beg of you, my host said. That was only Agnes, Europa's mate, calling to her to let us know that he is nearly home. They startled you. I should have introduced them to you before now. While he was still talking, another ape, bigger than the first, came inside beneath the ponds. Europa went to meet him, and they came to the house together. As I am a living man, that enormous animal, uncanny-looking creature, walked up to me and shook hands. The conjure man had not spoken to him, that was certain. If anyone had told him to do this, it must have been Europa. The demands of politeness satisfied, this strange couple went to the farther side of the veranda and squatted down in the shade. Can you talk with them? I suddenly made bold to ask. Who told you I could? The conjure man inquired sharply. Pilot, I said. That his question was the only answer my question ever received. Later, when I said it was time for me to start for home, he sent me out a meal of food and boiled rice. I quite expected to hear him order Europa to wait on the table, but he did not, and when I came away, and he came with me down the mountain as far as the Cornwallis track, the two big apes stayed on the veranda as if to guard the house. When we parted at the foot of the mountain, although I am sure he had enjoyed my visit, my strange host did not ask me to come again, and when he gently declined my invitation for him to come and see me, I did not repeat it. I had a feeling that it would do no good to urge him, and that if the time ever came when he wanted to see me again, he would make the wish known to me of his own accord. It was not more than a month after my visit to the mountain home that the Spanish tax collector came for his semi-annual harvest. The boat which brought him would call for him a month later, and in the intervening time he would have got together all the property, which could be squeezed or beaten out of the miserable natives. This particular man had been there before, and I heartily disliked him, as the worst of his kind I had yet seen. Inasmuch as he represented the government to which I also had to pay taxes and was, except for the padre, about the only white man I saw on earth was one son of our own agents came to see Argo, I felt disgusted when I saw that this man had returned. He brought with him, on this trip, as a servant, a good-for-nothing native who had gone away within 6 months, before to save his neck from the just wrath of his own people for a crime which he had committed. Securing the protection afforded by his employer's position, and the squatted Tagalog soldiers sent to help in collecting the taxes, this man had the effrontery to come back and swell about among his fellow people, any one of whom would have cut his throat in a minute if they could have done it without fear of detection by the tax collector. I noticed, though, that the servant was particularly careful to sleep in the same house with his master, and did not go home at night, as Pilot did. The government representative had a house of his own, which was occupied only when he was on the island. It was somewhat larger than the other houses of the place, but like them was built on posts well up from the ground, and reached by a ladder which could be taken up at will, as I noticed, it always was at night. When the collector had been in Siargao less than a week, I was surprised to have him come to my place one day and ask me abruptly if I had ever seen any big apes in my excursions over the island. I am obliged to confess that I lied to him very promptly and directly, for I told him at once that I never had. You see, there had come into my mind at once what the lonely old man on the mountain had said about men who came and killed the animals he loved, and I could see, as plainly as when I left them there, the two big apes sitting on the veranda of his home, watching us as we came down the mountain path, and waiting to welcome him when he came home. The wise man, sitting on top of the tallest piece of furniture in the room, to which he had promptly mounted when my caller came in, said nothing, but his solemn eyes looked at me in a way which makes me half willing to swear that he had understood every word and countenanced my untruthfulness. The tax collector looked up at the monkey suspiciously, as if he sometime might have heard how the animal came into my possession, as, in fact, I had reason afterwards to think he had. Caramba, he grunted. I have reason to think there are big apes here. One, his black leg, in every sense of the word, servant, has told me there is an old man here who has tamed them. He says he knows where the man lies, back in the mountains. If I can find a big ape while I am here, this time, he went on, I mean to have him or his hide. There was an agent for a museum of some kind in England, in Manila when I came away, and he told me he would give me $50 for the skin of such a beast. He went on talking in this way for quite a while, but I did not more than half hear what he was saying, for I was trying to think of some way in which I could send word to the old man to guard his companions. I finally decided, however, that one, though quite vile enough to do such a thing, would never dare to guide his employer to the conjure man's house. I did not properly measure the heart of a native Dublin driven by hate of a former master from whom he is free, and fear of a master by whom he is employed at the present time. The very next day one went to the conjure man's house, and in his master's name demanded that one of the apes be brought, dead or alive, to the tax collector's office. The only answer he brought back, except a slashed face on which the blood was even then not dry, was, "Does a father slay his children at a stranger's bidding?" The next day I was in the forest all day long. When I came home, in the edge of the evening, and passed the tax collector's house, I said words which I should not wish to write down here, although I almost believe that the tears which were running down my cheeks at the time washed the record of my language off the recording angel's book, just as they would have blotted out the words upon this sheet of paper. Europa, noble great animal, lay dead on the ground in front of the house. The slim, strong paw, like a right hand, which she had reached out to welcome me, drappled with dirt where it had dragged behind the car boughs caught in which she had been thrown, and which had been hardly large enough to hold her huge body. I knew it was Europa. I would have known her anywhere, even if Philip, white with fear and rage, had not told me the story when I reached home. Wong had guided the tax collector to the mountain home in an eagle, knowing when Thunder and Atlas, by some chance, were away. The Spaniard had shot Europa, standing in the door, as I had seen her standing, and the two men had brought the body down the mountain. I think my life, and perhaps the other natives, expected nothing less than that the village, if not the whole island, would be destroyed by fire from the sky that night, or swallowed up in the earth, and the night passed with perfect quiet. Not a sound was heard, nor a thing done to disturb our sleep, or if, as I imagine was the case with some of us who did not sleep, our peace. Only, in the morning, when no one was seen stirring about the tax collector's house, and then a broom and the Lapsikiot opened or the ladder let down, the Tagalog soldiers brought another ladder and put it against the house, and I climbed up and went in to find the two men who stayed there, the Spaniard and one, dead on the floor. Their swollen faces, black and awful to look at, I have seen in bad dreams since. On the throat of each were the blue marks of long, strong fingers. And the body of Europa was gone. Mrs. Hannah Smith, nurse. The red eye of the lighthouse on Corregidor Island blazed out through the darkness as a Pacific steamer felt her way cautiously into Manila Harbor. Although it was nearly midnight, a woman, one of the passengers on the steamer, was still on deck and standing well up toward the bow of the boat, was peering into the darkness before her as if she could not wait to see the strange new land to which she was coming. Surely, it would be a strange landlord, who, until a few weeks before, had scarcely in all her life been outside of the New England town in which she had been born. People who had seen her on the steamer had wondered sometimes that a woman of her age, for she was not young, should have chosen to go to the Philippine Islands as a nurse, as she told them she was going. Sometimes, at first, they smiled at some of her questions, but any who happened to be ill on the voyage, or in trouble, forgot to do that, for in the touch of her hand and in her words there was shown a skill and a nobleness of nature which won respect. The colonel of a regiment stationed near Manila was sitting in his headquarters. An orderly came to the door and saluted. "A woman to see you, sir," he said. "A woman? What kind of a woman?" "A white woman, sir. Looks about 50 years old. Talks American. Says she has only just come here. Says her name is Smith. Show her in." The man went out. In a few minutes he came back again, and with him, the woman that had stayed out on the deck of the Pacific steamer when the boat came past the lighted corregidor. The colonel gave his visitor a seat. "What can I do for you?" he said. "Can I speak to you alone? We're alone now. Can't that man out there hear?" Motioning toward a soldier pacing back and forth before the door. "No," said the officer. "We are quite alone." The woman unfolded a sheet of paper which she had been holding, and looked at it a moment. Then she looked at the officer. "I want to see Heber Smith, of Company F, of your regiment," she said. "Can you tell me where he is?" In spite of himself, in spite of the self-possession which he would have said his campaigning experience had given him, the colonel started. "Are you his?" he began to say. But he changed the question to, "Was he a relative of yours?" "I am his mother," the woman said, as if she had completed the officer's first question in her mind and answered it. "I have a letter from him, here," she went on. "The last one I have had. It is dated 3 months ago. It is not very long." She held up a half sheet of paper, written over on one side with a lead pencil. But she did not offer to let the officer read what was written. "He tells me in this letter," the woman said, "that he has disgraced himself, been a coward, run away from some danger which he ought to have faced, and that he can't stand the shame of it. He says," the woman's voice faltered for the first time, and instead of looking the colonel in the face, as she had been doing, her eyes were fixed on the floor. "He said that he isn't going to try to stay here any longer, and that he is going over to the enemy. Is it true? Did he do that?" "Yes," said the officer slowly. "It is true. He says here," the woman went on, holding up the letter again, "that I shall never hear from him again, or see him. I want you to help me to find him." "I would be glad to help you if I could," the man said, "but I cannot. No one knows where the man went to, except that he disappeared from the camp and from the city. Besides, I have not the right. He was a coward, and now he is a deserter. If he came back now, he would have to stand trial, and he might be shot. He is not a coward." The woman's cheeks flamed red. Some men shut their eyes and cringe when there comes a flash of lightning. But that don't make them cowards. He might have been frightened at the time and not known what he was doing, but he is not a coward. I guess I know that as well as anybody can tell me. He is my boy, my only child. I've come out here to find him, and I'm going to do it. I don't expect I'll find him quick or easy, perhaps. I've lived out of farm for a year, with the privilege of renewing the great winner, year ago. And I'm going to stay as long as need be. I'm not going to sit still and hold my hands while I'm waiting either. I'm going to be a nurse. I know how to take care of the sick and maimed all right, and I guess from what I hear since I've been here, you need all the help of that kind you can get. All I wanted was to get me a chance to work nursing just as close to the front as I can go, and then do all you can to help me find out where Heber is, and then let me have as many as you can of these heathen prisoners the men bring in here to take care of, so I can ask them if they have seen Heber. My boy isn't a coward, and if he has got scared and run away, he's got to come back and face the music. Thank goodness none of the folks at home know anything about it, and they won't if I can help it. The woman folded the letter and putting it back into its envelope sat, waiting. It was evident that she did not conceive of the possibility, even of her request not being granted. The officer hesitated. "You will have to see the general, Mrs. Smith," he said at last, glad that it need not be his duty to tell her how hopeless her errand was. "I will arrange for you to see him. I will take you to him myself. I wish I could do more to help you." "How soon can I see him?" "Tomorrow, I think. I will find out and let you know." "Thank you," said the woman as she rose to go. "I don't want to lose any time. I want to get right to work." The next day the young soldier's mother saw the general and told her story to him. In the meantime, apprised by the colonel of the regiment of the woman's errand, the general had had a report of the case brought to him. Heber Smith had been sent out with a small scouting party. They had been ambushed, and instead of trying to fight, he had left the men and had run back to cover. "But that don't necessarily make him a coward," the young man's mother pleaded with the general. "A coward is a man who plans to run away. He lost his head that time. Wasn't that the first time he had been put in such a place?" The officer admitted that it was. "Well, then he can live it down. He has got to, for the sake of his father's reputation as well as his own." "His father was a soldier, too," she said proudly. "He was in the Union Army for years, and had a medal given to him for bravery, and every spring since he died the members of his Grand Army Post have decorated his grave. When Heber comes to think of that, I know he will come back." The general was not an old man. That is, he was not so old but that, back in her prairie home in a western state, there was a mother to whom he wrote letters, a mother whom he knew to value above his life, itself his reputation. The thought of her came to him now. "I will do what I can," Mrs. Smithy said, "to help you find your boy. I fear I cannot give you any hope, though, and if he should be found I cannot promise you anything as to his future." "Thank you," said the woman. "That is all I can ask." And so it came about that Mrs. Hannah Smith was enrolled as a nurse, and assigned to duty as near the front in the island of Luzon as any nurse could go. 6 months passed, and then another 6 came near to their end. Mrs. Smith renewed the lease of the farm back among the New England hills for another year, and wrote to a neighbor's wife to see that her woolen clothes and furs were aired and then packed away with a fresh supply of camphor to keep the moth out of them. In this year's time Mrs. Smith had picked up a wonderful smattering of the Spanish and Tagalog languages for a woman who had lived the life she had before she came to the East. The reason for this, so her companion said, was her being just possessed to talk with those native prisoners who were brought wounded to the hospital. The other nurses liked her. She not only was willing to take the cases, they liked these, the natives, but asked for them. And sometime in the course of their hospital experience, all Mrs. Smith's native patients, if they did not die before they got able to talk coherently, had to go through the same catechism. Was there a white man among the people from whom they had come? A white man who had come there from the American Army? Was he a tall young man with light hair and a smooth face? Did he have a 3-cornered white scar on one side of his chin, where a stir had hooked him when he was a boy? Did he look like this picture? A photograph was shown the patient. From no one, though, did she get the answer that her heart craved. Some of the prisoners knew white men that had come among the Tagalog natives, but no one knew a man who answered to this description. One day a native prisoner who had been brought in more than a week before, terribly wounded, opened his eyes to consciousness for the first time after days and nights of stupor. He was one of these who naturally fell, now, to Mrs. Smith's lot, as the surgeons called them. As soon as the nurse's watchful eyes saw the change in the man, she came to him and bent over his cot. "Water, please," he murmured. The woman brought the water, her true nature struggling to decide what she should do after she had given it to him. As nurse, she knew the man ought not to be allowed to talk then. As mother, she was impatient to ask him where he had learned to speak English, and to inquire if he knew her boy. The nurse conquered. The patient drank the water and was allowed to go to sleep again undisturbed. In time, though, he was stronger, and then, one day, the mother's questions were asked for the 100th time. And the last. Yes, the prisoner patient knew just such a man. He had come among the people of the tribe many months ago. He was a tall, fair young man, and he had such a scar as the Senora described. He was a fine young man. Once, when this man's father had been sick, the white man had doctored him and made him well. It was this white man, the patient said, who had taught him the little English that he knew. Yes, when he saw the photograph of Hooper Smith, that is the man. "He has a picture too," the patient said. "Two pictures, little ones, set in a little gold box which hangs on his watch chain." The hospital nurse unclasped a big cameo breast pin from the throat of her gown and held it down so that the man in bed could see a daguerreotype set in the back of the pin. "Was one of the pictures like that?" she asked. The Tagalog looked at the picture, a likeness of a middle-aged man, wearing the coat and hat of the Grand Army of the Republic. In the picture, a medal pinned onto the breast of the man's coat showed. "Yes," said he, "one of the pictures is like that." Then he looked up curiously at the woman sitting beside his bed. "The other picture is that of a woman," he went on, "and, yes, still, studying her face, I think it must be you. Only," he added, "it doesn't look very much like you." "No," said the woman, with a grim smile, "it doesn't. It was taken a good many years ago, when I was younger than I am now, and when I hadn't been baked for a year in this heat and climate. It's me, though." In time, one, that was the man's name, was so far recovered of his wound that he was to be discharged from the hospital and placed with the other able-bodied prisoners. The hospital at that time occupied an old convent. The day before one was to be discharged, Mrs. Smith managed her cases so that for a time no one else was left in one of the rooms with her but this man. "One," she said, when she was sure they were alone and that no one was anywhere within hearing, "do you feel that I have done anything to help you to get well?" The man reached down and taking one of the nurse's hands in his own, bent over and kissed it. "Senora," he said, "I owe my life to you. Will you do something for me, then? Something which I want done more than anything else in the world? My life is the Senora's. I would that I had 10 lives to give her." The woman pulled a letter from out the folds of her nurse's dress. The envelope was not sealed, and before she fastened it she took the letter which was in it out and read it over for one last time. Then, pulling from her waist a little red, white and blue badge pin, one of those patriotic emblems which so many people wear at times, she dropped it into the letter, sealed the envelope, and handed it to the Tagalog. The envelope bore no address. "I haven't put the name of the place on it you said you came from," she told the man, "because goodness only knows how it is spelled. I don't. Besides that, it isn't necessary. You know the place, and you know the man. The man who has got my picture and his father's in a gold locket on his watch chain. I want you to get this letter into his own hands. I expect it will be rather a ticklish job for you to get away from here and get through the lines, but I guess you can do it if you try. Other men have. Don't start until you are well enough, so you will have strength to make the whole trip." A week or so after that, one of the surgeons making his daily visit reported that one had made his escape the previous night, and up to that time had not been brought back. "What a shame," said one of the other nurses. "After all the care you gave that man, M.R.S. Smith. It does seem as if he might have had a little more gratitude." Mrs. Smith said nothing aloud. But to herself, when she was alone, she said, "Well, I suppose some folks would say that I wasn't acting right. But I guess I've saved the lives of enough of those men since. I've been here so that I'm entitled to one of them if I want him." Then she went on with her work, and waited. And the waiting was harder than the work. An American expedition was slowly toiling across the island of Luzon to locate an occupied post in the north. 4 companies of men marched in advance, with a guard in the rear. Between them were the mule teams with the camp luggage and the ever-present hospital corps. No trace of the enemy had been seen in that part of the island for weeks. Scouts who had gone on in advance had reported the way to be clear, and the force was being hurried up to get through a ravine, which it was approaching, so it could go into camp for the night on high, level ground just beyond the valley. Suddenly a man's voice rang out upon the hot air. An English speaking voice, strong and clear, and coming, so it seemed at first to the troops when they heard it, from the air above them. "Halt! Halt!" The voice cried. "Go back. There is an ambush on both sides. Save yourselves. B." The warning was unfinished. Those of the Americans who had located the sound of the words and had looked in the direction from which they came had seen a white man standing on the rocky side of the ravine above them and in front of them. They had seen him throw up his arms and fall backward out of sight, leaving his last sentence unfinished. Then there had come the report of a gun, and then an attack, with scores of shouting Tagalogs swarming down the sides of the ravine. The skirmish was over, though, almost as soon as it had begun, and with little harm to any of the Americans except to such of the scouts as had been cut off in advance. The warning had come in time, had come before the advancing column had marched between the forces sitting on both sides of the ravine. The Tagalogs could not face the fire with which the Americans met them. They fled up the ravine, and up both sides of the gorge, into the shelter of the forest, and were gone. The Americans, satisfied at length that the way was clear, moved forward, and went into camp on the ground which had previously been chosen, throwing out advance lines of pickets, and taking extra precautions to be prepared against a night attack. Early in the evening shots were heard on the outer picket line, and, a little later 2 men came to the commanding officer's tent bringing with them a native. "He was trying to come through our lines and get into the camp, sir," they reported. 2 men fired at him, but missed him. "Think he's a spy?" The commander asked of another officer who was with him. "No, senor, I am not a spy," the prisoner said, surprising all the men by speaking in English. "I have left my people. I want to be sent to Manila, to the American camp there." "He's a deserter," said one of the officers. Then to the men who held the prisoner, "Better search him." From out the prisoner's blouse one of the soldiers brought a paper, a sheet torn from the notebook, folded, and fastened only by a red, white and blue badge pin stuck through the paper. The officer to whom the soldier had handed the paper pulled out the pin which had kept it folded, and started to open it, when he saw there was something written on the side through which the pin had been thrust. Bending down to where the camp light fell upon the writing, he saw that it was an address, scrawled in lead pencil. "Mrs. Hannah Smith, nurse. Do you know the woman to whom this letter is sent?" He asked in amazement at the Tagalog from whom it had been taken. "Yes, senor." "Do you know where she is now?" "Yes, senor. She's in a hospital not far from Manila. She's a good woman. My life is hers. I was there once for many, many days." Shot through here, he placed his hand on his side, "and she made me well again." "Do you know who sent this letter to her?" "Yes, senor." "Who was it?" The man hesitated. "Who was it?" "Answer." "It is for her good I want to know." "It was her son, senor." "Was he the man who gave us warning of the ambush today?" "Yes, senor." The officer folded the paper, unread, and thrust the pin back through the folds. The enamel on the badge glistened in the camp light. "Keep the Tagalog here," he said to the men, "until I come back," and walked across the camp to where the hospital tents had been set up. Where is Mrs. Smith? He asked of the surgeon in charge. Taking care of the man who were wounded this afternoon. Will you tell her that I want to see her alone in your tent, here, and then see that no one else comes in? Mrs. Smith, he said, when the nurse came in, I have something here, for you, a letter. It has just been brought into camp, by a native who did not know that you were here and who wanted to be sent to Manila, to find you. It is not very strongly sealed, but no one has read it, since it was brought into camp. He gave the bit of paper to the nurse, and then turned away to stand in the door of the tent, that he might not look at her while she read it. Enough of the nurse's story was known in the army now so that the officer could guess something of what this message might mean to her. A sound in the tent behind the officer made him turn. The woman had sunk down on the ground beneath the surgeon's light, and resting her arms upon the camp stool had hid her face. A moment later she raised her head, her face wet with tears and wearing an expression of mingled grief and joy, and held out the letter to the officer. Read it, she said. Thank God. And then, my boy, and hid her face again. Dear Mother, the scrawled note read. I got your letter. I'm glad you wrote it. It made things plain I hadn't seen before. My chance has come, quicker than I had expected. I wish I might have seen you again, but I shan't. A column of our men are coming up the valley just below here, marching straight into an ambush. I have tried to get word to them, but I can't, because the Tagalogs watch me so close. They never have trusted me. The only way for me is to rush up when the men get near enough, and shout to them, and that will be the end of it all for me. I don't care, only that I wish I could see you again. Juan will take this letter to you. When you get it, and the men come back, if I save them, I think perhaps they will clear my name. Then you can go home. The men are almost here. Mother, dear, goodbye. Your boy. I wish I might have seen him, the woman said, a little later. But I won't complain. What I most pray God for has been granted me. They'll let the charge against him drop, now, won't they? Don't you think he has earned it? I think he surely has. No braver deed has been done in all this war. Don't try to come, now, Mrs. Smith, as the nurse rose to her feet. Stay here, and I will send one of the women to you. When he had done this, the officer went back to where the men were, still holding one between them. Your journey's shorter than you thought, the officer said to the Tagalog. Mrs. Smith is in this camp, and I have given the letter to her. May I see her? Exclaimed the man. Not now. In the morning you may. Have you seen this man, her son, since he was shot? No, senor. He gave me the note and told me to slip into the forest as soon as the fight began, so as to get away without anyone seeing me. That I was to stay out of the way until I could get into this camp. Do you know where he stood when he was shot? Yes, senor. Can you take a party of men there tonight? Yes, senor. Most gladly. Afterward, when it came to be known that Heber Smith would live, in spite of his wounds and the hours that he had lain there in the bushes unconscious and uncared for, there was the greatest diversity of opinion as to what had really saved his life. The surgeon said it was partly their skill, and partly the superb constitution that years of work on a New England farm had given to the young man. His mother believed that he had been spared for her sake. Heber Smith himself always said it was his mother's care that saved his life, while Juan never had the least doubt that the young soldier had been protected solely by a marvelous anting which he himself had slipped unsuspected into the American soldier's blouse that day before he had left him. As soon as she knew that her son would live, Mrs. Smith started for Washington, carrying with her papers which made it possible for her to be allowed to plead her case there as she had pleaded it in Manila. A pardon was sent back, as fast as wire and steamer in wire again could convey it. Heber Smith wears the uniform of a second lieutenant, now one for bravery in action, since he went back into the service. And everyone who knew her in the Philippines cherishes the memory of Mrs. Hannah Smith. Nurse. The 15th wife. Mateo, my Filipino servant, was helping me sort over specimens one day, under the thatched roof of a shed which I had hired to use for such work while I was on the island of Culion, when I was startled to see him suddenly drop the bird skin he had been working on, and fall upon his knees, bending his body forward, his face turned toward the road, until his forehead touched the floor. At first I thought he must be having some new kind of a fit, peculiar to the Philippine Islands, until I happened to glance up the road, toward the town, from which my house was a little distance removed, and saw coming toward us a most remarkable procession. 4 native soldiers walked in front, 2 carrying long spears, and 2 carrying antiquated 7-foot muskets, relics of a former era in firearms. After the soldiers came 4 or 5 signed slaves, bearing on their shoulders a sort of platform covered with rugs and cushions, on which a woman reclined. On one side of the litter walked another slave, holding a huge umbrella so as to keep the sun's rays off the woman's face. 2 more soldiers walked behind. Mateo might have been a statue, or a dead man, for all the attention he paid to my questions until after the procession had passed the house. Then, resuming a perpendicular position once more, he said, "That was the Sultana Amaya, the Sultana." Then he went on to explain that there were 13 other sultanas, of assorted colors, who helped make home happy for the Sultan of Culion, who after all, well supplied as he might at first seem to be, was only a sort of 4th-class sovereign, so far as sultanas are concerned, since his fellow monarch on the neighboring larger island, the Sultan of Sulu, is said to have 400 wives. Amaya, though, Mateo went on to inform me, was the only one of the 14 who really counted. She was neither the oldest nor the youngest of the wives of the reigning ruler, but she had developed a mind of her own which had made her supreme in the palace, and, besides, she was the only one of his wives who had borne his son to the monarch. For her own talents, and as the mother of the heir, the people did her willing homage. When I saw the royal cavalcade go past my door, I had no idea I would ever have the chance to become more intimately acquainted with her majesty, but only a little while after that circumstances made it possible for me to see more of the royal family than had probably been the privilege of any other white man. How little thought I had, when the acquaintance began, of the strange experiences it would eventually lead to. At that time, in the course of collecting natural history specimens, most of my time for 3 years was spent in the island of Culion. Having a large stock of drugs for use in my work, and quite a lot of medicines, I had doctored Mateo and 2 or 3 other fellows who had worked for me when they had been ill, with the result that I found I had come to have a reputation for medical skill which sometimes was inconvenient. I had no idea how widely my fame had spread, though, until one morning Mateo came into my room, and woke me, and with a face which expressed a good deal of anxiety, informed me that I was sent for to come to the palace. I confess I felt some concern myself, and should have felt more if I had had as much experience then as I had later, for one never knows what those 3/4 savage potentates may take it into their heads to do. When I found that I was sent for because the Sultan was ill unto death, the messenger had made Mateo believe, and I was expected to doctor him, I did not feel much more comfortable, for I much doubted if my knowledge of diseases and my assortment of medicines were equal to coping with a serious case. If the Sultan died, I would probably be beheaded either for not keeping him alive or for killing him. It was a great relief, then, when I reached the palace, and just before I entered the room where the sick monarch was, to hear him swearing vigorously, came a combination of the native and Spanish languages which was as picturesque as it was expressive. I found a man suffering from an acute attack of neuralgia, although he did not know what was the matter with him. He had not been able to sleep for 3 days and nights, and the pain, all the way up and down one side of his face had been so intense that he thought he was going to die, and almost hoped that he was. His head was tied up in a lot of cloth, not over clean, in which a dozen native doctors' charms had been folded, until the bundle was as big as 4 heads ought to be. As soon as I found out what was the matter, I felt relieved, for I reckoned I could manage an attack of swelterhead all right. I had doctored the natives enough already to find out that they had no respect for remedies which they could not feel, and so, going back to the house, I brought from there some extra strong liniment, some tincture of red pepper, and a few powerful morphine pills. I gave my patient one of the pills the first thing, administering it in a glass of water with enough of the cayenne added to itself that the mixture brought tears to his eyes, and then removing the layers of cloth from his head and gathering in his other cell, for my collection of curiosities, the various charms which I uncovered, I gave his head a vigorous shampooing with the liniment, taking pains to see that the liquor occasionally ran down into the Sultan's eyes. He squirmed a good deal, but I kept on until I thought it must be about time for the morphine to begin to take effect. I kept him on morphine and red pepper for 3 days, but when I let up on him he was cured, and my reputation was made.
Hunter,
It would have been too great a nuisance to have been endured
Are you
had
still
it
there?
not been that so high a
Hunter.
degree of royal favor enabled me to pursue my work with a degree of success which otherwise I could never have hoped for. After that I used to see a good deal of the palace life. Although nominally Mohammedans
Hunter.
in religion, the inhabitants of these more distant islands have little more than the name of the faith, and follow out few of its injunctions. As a result, I was accorded a freedom about the palace which would have been impossible in such an establishment in almost any other country. One day the Sultan had invited me to dine with him. After the meal, while we were smoking, reclining in some coconut fiber hammocks, swung in the shade of the palace courtyard, I saw a manservant lead a dog through the square and down a narrow passageway through the rear of the palace. Would you like to see the green devil eat? My host asked. I have translated the native words used by the term green devil, because that represents the idea of the original better than any other words I know of. I had not the slightest conception as to who or what the individual referred to might be. But I said at once that I would be very glad indeed to see him eat. My host swung out of the hammock. He was a superbly strong and vigorous man, now that he was in health again, and led the way through the passage. Following him, I found myself in another court-yard, larger than the first, and with more trees in it. Beneath one of these trees, in a stout cage of bamboo, was the biggest python I ever saw. He must have been fully 25 feet long. The cage was large enough to give the snake a chance to move about in it, and when we came inside he was rolling from one end to the other with head erect, eyes glistening, and the light shimmering on his glossy scales in a way which made it easy to see why he had been given his name. I learned later that he had not been fed for a month, and that he would not be fed again until another month had passed. Like all of his kind, he would touch none but live food. The wretched dog, who seemed to guess the fate in store for him, hung back in the rope tied about his neck, and crouched flat to the ground, too frightened even to whine. The servant unlocked a door in the side of the cage and thrust the poor beast in. I am not ashamed to say that I turned my head away. It was only a dog, but it might have been a human being, so far as a reptile, or the half-savage man at my side, would have cared. When I looked again, the dog was only a crushed mass of bones and flesh, about which the snake was still winding and tightening coil after coil. We need not wait, the Sultan said. It will be an hour before he will swallow the food. You can come out again. I did as he suggested. It was a wonder to me, as it is to everyone, how a snake's throat can be distended enough to swallow whole an object so large as this dog, but in some way the reptile had accomplished the feat. The meal over, the huge creature had coiled down as still almost as if dead. He would lie in that way, now, they told me, for days. It was while I stood watching the snake that Amaya came through the square, leading her boy by the hand. The apartments of the royal wives were built around this inner yard. This was the first time I had seen the heir to the throne. He was a handsome boy, and looked like his mother. Amaya was tall, for a native woman, and carried herself with a dignity which showed that she felt the honor of her position. Mateo had told me that she had a decided will of her own, and, so the palace gossip said, ruled the establishment, and her associate sultanas, with an unbending hand. It was not very long after I had seen the Green Devil eat that Matteo told me there had been another wedding at the palace. Matteo was an indefatigable news gatherer and an incorrigible gossip. As the society papers would have expressed it, this wedding had been a very quiet affair. The Sultan had happened to see a Visayan girl of uncommon beauty on one of the smaller islands. One day, had bought her father for 2 water buffaloes and had installed her at the palace as wife number 15. For the time being, the newcomer was said to be the royal favorite, a condition of affairs which caused the other 14 wives as little concern as their objections, if they had expressed any, would probably have caused their royal husband. So far as Amaya was concerned, she never minded a little thing like that, but included the last arrival in the same indifferent toleration which she had extended to her predecessors. I saw the new wife only once. Yes, I mean that. I saw her as the king's wife only once. She was a handsome woman, with a certain insolent disdain of those about her which indicated that she knew her own charms, and perhaps counted too much on their being permanent. That summer my work took me away from the island. I went to Manila, and eventually to America. When I finally returned to Killeen, a year had passed. I had engaged Matteo, before I left, to look out for such property as I left behind, and had retained my old house. I found him waiting for me, and with everything in good order. That is one good thing to be said about the natives. And imagine wrong or insult may rankle in their minds for months, until they have the chance to stab you in the back. They will lie to you at times with the most unblushing nerve, often when the truth would have served their ends so much better that it seems as if they must have been doing mendacious gymnastics simply to keep themselves in practice. But they will hardly ever steal. If they do, it will be sometime when you are looking squarely at them, carrying a thing off from under your very nose with a cleverness, which they seem to think, and you can hardly help feel yourself, makes them deserve praise instead of blame. I have repeatedly left much valuable property with them, as I did in this case with Matteo, and have come back to find every article just as I had left it. Matteo was glad to see me. "Oh, senor," he began, before my clothes were fairly changed, and while he was settling my things in my bedroom, "there is so much to tell you. I knew you would be bursting with news of what had happened during my absence." Such goings on, he continued, folding my traveling clothes into a tin trunk, where the white ants could not get at them. "You never heard the likes of it. I am translating very freely, for I have noticed that the thoughts expressed by the Philippine gossip are very similar to those of his fellow in America, or Europe, or anywhere else, no matter how much the words may differ. The new Sultana, the handsome Visayan girl, has given birth to a son, and has so bewitched the Sultan by her good looks and craftiness, that he has decreed her son, and not Elias, to be the heir to the throne. She rules the palace now, and when her servants bear her through the streets, the people bow down to her." He added, with a look behind him to see that no one overheard, because they dare not do otherwise. "In their hearts they love Amaya, and hate the Spain woman." "How does Amaya take it?" I asked. "Hardly. People think, although she makes no cry. She goes not through the streets of the town now, but stays shut in her own rooms, with her women and the boy." A furious beating against the bamboo walls of my sleeping room, and wild cries from someone on the ground outside, awoke me one morning when I had been back in Killeen less than a week. The house, in which I slept, like most of the native houses in the Philippines, was built on posts, several feet above the ground, for the sake of coolness and as a protection against snakes and such vermin. It was very early, not yet sunrise. A servant of the Sultan's, grey with fright, was pounding on the walls of the house with a long spear to wake me, begging me, when I opened the lattice, to come to the palace at once. I thought the monarch must have had some terrible attack, and wondered what it could be, but while we were hurrying up the street, the messenger managed to make me understand that the Sultan was not at the palace at all, but gone the day before on board the Royal Proa for a state visit to a neighboring island from which he exacted yearly tribute. Later I learned that he had tried to have the Visayan woman go with him, but that she had willfully refused to go. What was the matter at the palace, the ruler being gone? I did not make out. When I asked this of the man who had come for me, he fell into such a palsy of fear that he could say nothing. When I came to know, later, that he was the night guard at the palace, and remembered what he must have seen, I did not wonder. At the palace no one was astir. The man had come straight for me, stopping to rouse no one else. I had saved the Sultan's life. At least he thought so. Might I not do even more? My guide took me straight through the first courtyard, and down the narrow passage into the inner yard, around which were built the apartments of the women. Amaya, I knew, lived in the rooms at one end of the square. The man led me towards the opposite end of the enclosure. Beside an open door he stood aside for me to enter, saying, as he did so, "Senor, help us." The sun had risen, now, and shining full upon the lattice and the upper wall, flooded the room with a soft, clear light. The body of the Visayan woman, or rather what had been a body, lay on the floor in the center of the room, a shapeless mass of crushed bones and flesh. An enormous python lay coiled in one corner. His mottled skin glistened in the morning light, but he did not move, and his eyes were tight shut, as were those of the Green Devil, after I had seen him feed. I looked backward, across the courtyard. The door of the big bamboo cage beneath the trees was open. I turned to the room again and looked, once more. I knew now why the night guard's face was ash-colored, and why he could not speak. For the child of the Visayan woman I could not see. Our Lady of Pilar. How very singular. What do you suppose they are doing? I'm sure I don't know. The American mind is unequal to grappling with the problem of what the natives are doing out here most of the time. They seem to be praying. Or are they having a Thanksgiving? I don't know. All women too. The young American woman and the officer who was her escort halted their horses to watch better the group of people of whom they had been speaking. The officer was a lieutenant of the American forces stationed in Zamboanga, the oldest and most important city in Mindanao, the headquarters of the United States military district in the Philippines, known as the Department of Mindanao and Jolo. The young woman was the daughter of one of the older officers of the department, just come to Zamboanga the day before, and in this morning's ride having her first chance to see the strange old city to which her father had been transferred from Manila a few weeks before. In the course of this ride the young people had reached Fort Pilar, at one end of the town, a weather-beaten old fortification built years and years before by the Spaniards as a protection against their implacable foes, the Moros, who waged continual warfare against them from the southern islands of the archipelago. Circling the stone walls of the fort, the riders had come upon a group of as many as 50 Visayan women kneeling on the ground, their faces turned devoutly toward a stone tablet let into the walls. An American soldier was doing sentry duty not far away. "Wait here, Miss Allenthorne," Lieutenant Chickering said, "and I'll find out from that man over there what they are doing. He's been here long enough so that probably he knows by this time." The officer cantered his pony over to the sentry station. The American girl, left to herself, slipped down from her pony, and hooking the bridle rein into her elbow, walked a little nearer to the women. They did not seem to mind her in the least, and one of them, a handsome young woman near her, when she looked up and saw that the stranger was an American, smiled, and said something in a language which Miss Allenthorne did not understand. But from the expression on her face the American felt sure that what the woman said was meant as a welcome. Something which this Visayan woman did a moment later excited Miss Allenthorne's curiosity to a still higher pitch. The native woman drew a small photograph from the folds of her camisa and kissed it. Then, she put it down on the ground between herself and the wall, and turned to the tablet above it, a face lighted with a radiance which any woman, seeing, would have known could have come from love alone. When she had finished, and had risen to her feet, she saw that the young American, Senorita, was still watching her. The two women had been born with the earth between them, and with centuries of difference in traditions and training. Neither could understand the words which the other spoke, but when their eyes met, there went from the heart of each to the heart of the other a message, which did not require words to make itself understood. With a beautiful grace of manner and expression, the Visine went to the other woman, and again speaking as if she thought her words could be understood, held out the picture which she had kissed, for the stranger to look at. The photograph was that of a young American officer, in a lieutenant's uniform. Grace Allenthorne and her mother had lived in Manila for several months. As the daughter of one of the oldest and most highly respected officers in the service, and as a beautiful and attractive young woman, she had naturally been popular in the life of the military element of Manila society. If she had herself been asked to describe the situation in Manila, Grace would have said that she liked no one officer better than another. They had all been so nice to her. With the exception of 2 of her number, however, the officers with whom she had ridden and talked and danced would have said, if they had expressed their opinion of the matter, that they were all out of it, except Lieutenant Chickering and Lieutenant Day. And some of them, among themselves, possibly may have made quiet bets as to which one of these 2 men would win in the end. Then there came one of those official wavings of red tape in the air, which army officers' families learned to dread as signals of approaching trouble, and Colonel Allenthorne was transferred from Luzon to Mindanao. And among the troops sent with him were the companies of the rival lieutenants. When the general sent back word that Zamboanga was a quiet city, with a fair climate and comfortable quarters, his wife and daughter followed him. If either of the young officers flattered himself that Grace was coming on his account, and that he was going to be made aware of her preference for himself on her arrival in Mindanao, he was disappointed. Lieutenant Chickering was on duty when Miss Allenthorne arrived, and she devoted 2 hours that evening to hearing Lieutenant Day describe the city as he had found it. The next morning Lieutenant Day was on duty, and she went to ride with Lieutenant Chickering, possibly to learn if the information she had been favored with the night before had been correct. Lieutenant Chickering cantered back from the sentry's post. Finding his companion dismounted, he jumped down from his own pony and came to join her. The native woman had gone her way toward the city before he returned, smiling a goodbye to Miss Allenthorne when she found that her words were not understood, and hiding the photograph in her bosom as she turned to go. "I found out all about it," Miss Allenthorne, the lieutenant, exclaimed. There is a story which it seems the natives believe, that years ago, there was once, where we now stand, a river which ran down past the fort and emptied into the sea. To give access to this river there was then a gate in the wall of the fort, directly opposite where we are now. Over the gate was a marble statue of a saint, who was called Our Lady of Pilar. One night a soldier who was on sentry duty at the gate saw a white figure pass out before him. He challenged it, and when he got no answer, challenged again and again. When the 3rd summons brought no response, he aimed his gun at the figure and fired. In the morning this sentry was found at his post, stone dead, and the statue of the saint was gone. What was still more strange, the river, which had always flowed past the gate, had dried up in the night, and has never been seen since. After a time they built up the gate into a solid part of the wall, as you see it now. Because if there was then no river here, there was no need of the gate. This had hardly been done when the tablet which we see there now made its appearance, miraculously. All these strange manifestations attracted so much attention to the place that this shrine was set up here, and now for years it has been a favorite place for devout worshippers, especially women, to come to pray and to give thanks for blessings which they have received. It's interesting, isn't it? Very, assented Miss Allenthorne, when the officer had finished. And then she added, almost immediately, don't you think it's getting very warm? Wouldn't we better ride back now? Just as you say, the officer answered. Then he helped her to mount, mounted his own horse, and they rode home. That evening Miss Allenthorne was invisible. When Lieutenant Day called, her mother explained that the young woman had a headache, possibly from riding too far in the sun that morning. Alone in her room the young woman heard the officer's inquiry and her mother's excuses, for the bamboo walls of a Philippine house let Conversation be heard from one end of the house to the other. Crushing in both hands the handkerchief which she had been dipping into iced water to bind about her forehead, she flung it impatiently from her, thinking bitterly to herself as she did so how foolish it was to bind up one's head when it was really one's heart that was aching. For alone in her darkened room that afternoon, the young woman had acknowledged to herself what perhaps up to that time had been almost as much of a problem to her as to other people, which one of the young officers she really cared for. She knew now that the love of Lieutenant Day meant everything to her, and the love of the other man nothing. And it was Lieutenant Day's picture which she had seen the Visayan woman kiss. One day General Alan Thurn sat on the veranda of his house with an American acquaintance, the agent of a business firm, who had been sent to the Philippine Islands to see what opportunities there might be for trade there. Some women walked along the street below the house, carrying heavy water jars poised on their heads. "Queer country, isn't it?" said the visitor. "Yes," said the general. "A body never knows what may happen to him. Probably those women we see down there are slaves." Seeing them made me think of a funny thing I heard of today, which happened to one of my men a little while ago. A young officer hired a native man for a servant. One day the fellow came to the lieutenant in a great state of mind, begging the officer to help him. It seemed he had a sweetheart who was a Visayan slave, girl owned by a Moro. The man who owned the girl was going to leave the city and take all his property, including the slave girl, with him. Pedro, that was the officer's boy, wanted the great American senor to say she should not go. Some of the natives seemed to have the most wonderful confidence in the power of the Americans to do anything and everything. The officer told his boy he had no power to prevent the man's moving and taking his property with him. But he happened to ask how much the girl was worth. "How much do you think the fellow said?" $15. And he went on to explain that this was an unusually high price, he knew, but that this girl was young and handsome and clever at work. Of course he thought so, for he was in love with her. Well, I suppose the lieutenant was flush, or felt generous, or perhaps something had happened to put him in an unusually serene frame of mind. He handed over $15 and told Pedro to go and buy the girl and marry her, which he did, and has been the happiest man alive ever since. He is really grateful too, and there isn't another officer in the service that is waited on as Lieutenant Day is. The funniest part of it all is, though, that he just found out a day or two ago that in his gratitude Pedro had stolen one of his master's photographs to give to the Visayan girl he had married, so that she could see what their benefactor looked like, and she has been going out with it every day to an altar, or shrine, or something of that sort in the wall of an old fort here, where the native women go to worship, to pray to the saint there to shower all kinds of blessings on the American senor, who brought all this happiness to her and her husband. The boys have got Day so much about it, since they found it out, that he swears he will discharge the man, and have him held up for stealing the picture into the bargain. If he does, the woman will be likely to think that there is something the matter with the saint, I reckon, or that her prayers haven't found favor. For once the wicker walls of a bamboo house had a merit all their own. At least that was what a certain young woman thought, when she could not help hearing this conversation in the room in which she had shut herself for the afternoon. That night at dinner Miss Grace Allen Thurn was so radiant that even her father noticed it. "What have you been doing, Grace?" he said. "What's the reason you feel so well tonight? I haven't seen you look so fine for a month." "Oh, nothing, Father," said the girl. "I don't know of any special reason. I think that you just imagine it." Which was, of course, a very wrong thing for her to say. For she knew perfectly well what the reason was. While they were still at table, a messenger came post-haste for General Alan Thurn with word that he was wanted at once at headquarters. He was absent nearly all night. In the morning it was known that an outpost in the northern part of the island had been surprised and almost captured. The enemy was still in force about the place and threatening it. A lone native had crept through the lines to bring word and ask for help. A relief force had been made up and sent at once. Lieutenant Day was among those who volunteered to go, and had gone. 10 days of horrible anxiety followed. Then word came that the relief party had reached the post in time. The forces surrounding the place had been scattered, and the post was safe. There had been a sharp fight, though, and among those who had been badly wounded was Lieutenant Day. Of course he got well. No man could help it, with 4 such nurses, as Mrs. Alan Thurn and Mrs. Alan Thurn's daughter Grace, and Pedro, and Pedro's by-sign wife Anita. Just what Grace told her mother, which led that worthy person to become responsible for the young officer's recovery, no one ever knew except the 2 women themselves. But in addition to being a motherly-hearted woman, Mrs. Alan Thurn was a soldier's daughter as well as a soldier's wife, so perhaps it was not necessary to explain so many things to her as it would have been to some people. Nobody ever knew, or at least never told, what explanation the young woman made to the lieutenant when he came back to consciousness and found her helping to care for him. Perhaps she did not explain. Possibly the explanations made themselves, or else none were needed. At any rate, the young man got well, and since then he has been known to say, although this was in the strictest confidence to a very particular person, that he should always regard the Visine women's prayers before Our Lady of Pilar with the profoundest gratitude, because the greatest blessing of his whole life had come to him through this woman's praying for him outside the walls of the old fort. A question of time. The native pilot who is to take the gunboat Utica around from Ilo Ilo to Capiz is a traitor. I have just discovered indisputable proofs of that fact. He has agreed to run the gunboat aground on a ledge near one of the Gigantes Islands, on which a force of insurgents is to be hidden, large enough to overpower the men on the gunboat in her disabled condition. Do not let her leave Ilo Ilo until you have a new pilot, and one you are sure of, Demoni. Captain James Demoni, of the American Army in the Philippine Islands, folded the dispatch which he had just written, and sealed it. Then, calling an orderly to him, he said, "Send Sergeant Johnson to me." Captain Demoni's company was then at Pazzi, a small inland town in the island of Panay. He had been dispatched by the American general, commanding at Ilo Ilo, the chief seaport of Panay, to march to Capiz, a seaport town on the opposite side of the island, to assist from the land side a small force of Americans besieged there by the natives, while the gunboat Utica was to steam around the northeastern promontory of the island and cooperate from the water side of the town in its relief. The distance across the island was about 50 miles, while that, by water, by the route which the Utica must traverse, was about 200 miles. Captain Demoni, starting first, had covered half the march laid out for him, without incident, until, halting at Pazzi, halfway across the island and well up in the mountains, he had been so fortunate as to obtain the information which he was about to send back to the commander at Ilo Ilo. Panay had been, up to this time, one of the most quiet islands in the group. He had met with no opposition in his march so far, and it was believed that the only natives on the island who were under arms were those living in the northeastern part of the territory. It was a force of these that had infested Capiz. "Sergeant Johnson, sir," the orderly reported. "Very well. Send him in." A young man, wearing a faded brown duck uniform, tightly buttoned, leggings, and a wide-brimmed gray hat, entered the tent. "I have sent for you, Sergeant," said Captain Demoni, "for 2 reasons. One is that I want a man who is brave, and one whom I can trust." The sergeant bent his head slightly, in acknowledgement of the implied compliment, his cheeks looking a trifle darker shade of brown, where the blood had flushed the skin beneath its double deep coat of tan. "The other reason," the officer went on, "is that I want a man of whose muscle and endurance as a runner, and whose skill as a boatman, I have had some proof." In spite of the difference in rank, and the seriousness of the situation, which the officer knew and the man guessed, the 2 men looked at each other and smiled. For one was a Harvard man, and the other had come from Yale. "The gunboat Utica is to leave Ilo Ilo at midnight, tonight." "It is," of the very greatest importance that this dispatch, handing him the letter, be delivered to the American general at Iloilo before the vessel gets underway. I entrust it to you to see that it is delivered. You ought to have no trouble in getting there in ample season, the captain continued, spreading out a map so that the other man could see it. I cannot spare any men for an escort for you, because my force is already far too small for what we have to do. Instead of following back the road we took in coming here, which would be impassable for anyone but a man on foot, even if I had a horse for you, which I have not, I think you can make better time by another route. 6 miles from here, pointing to the map, you will reach the same river which we crossed at a point farther up the stream. Get a boat there and go down the river some 15 or 20 miles, until you come to a native village built at the head of steep falls in the stream. I am told that until you reach there the river is navigable, and that the current is so swift much of the way that you can make rapid progress. At that village you will have to leave your boat, but from that place you will find a clearly marked path to Iloilo. The quicker you start, the better. And, as I have told you, I trust it to you to see that the general had the dispatch before the Utica leaves port. It was 10 o'clock in the forenoon when the sergeant had been sent for to come to headquarters. Half an hour later he had started the letter tightly wrapped in a bit of rubber blanket before he had placed it inside his jacket, for he had already had enough experience with the native boats to know how unstable they would be in the current of a rapid river. The 5 miles from Posse to the river were easily made, in spite of the fact that it was midday, for there was a good path, which, for nearly all the distance, was shaded by lofty trees. When he reached the river the sergeant bought from a man whom he found there a native banca for $3, a sum of money which would make a native rich. In this boat he started on his voyage down the river. A native banca is a dugout, a canoe hollowed out from the trunk of a tree. It is propelled and guided by a short, broad-bladed paddle, and is as unstable as the lightest racing shell, although not any or nearly so easy to send through the water. It was unfortunate for the sergeant that he did not know what he could not, since the map did not show it, that the place where the path touched the river first was on the upper side of a huge oxbow bend. If he had kept on by land, a third of a mile's walk farther through the swamp would have brought him to the river again, at a point to reach which by water, following the river's windings, he would have to paddle 3 or 4 miles. Another thing which was unfortunate, that he could not know the nature of the man from whom he bought the banca any better than he could know the nature of the river, and so did not suspect that he was dealing with a Tulasane, to whom the little bag of money which the officer has shown when he had paid for the boat had looked like boundless wealth, to see which was to plan to possess. A Tulasane is to the Philippine island what a brigand is to Italy, a bandit to Spain, a highwayman to England, and a train robber to America. A man who lives by his wits, and stops at no means to gain his object. The banca, by the way, was stolen property. This man would have stabbed the American soldier when he stooped to step cautiously into the slippery boat, and taken the purse from his dead body, had he not been far-sighted enough to see that the purse might be had, and much more money beside. The Tulasane knew that the American soldiers were at Posse. Although he did not find it best to come to town himself, in general, he never had any trouble finding men to go there for him, and bring him news, or carry messages. No bandit leader who promptly carves an ear off the man who does his errands grudgingly is half so feared as a Filipino Tulasane whom his fellows know to be the possessor of a powerful anting-anting. And this man's anting-anting was famous for the wonders which it had done. The Tulasane knew that the American soldiers were at Posse, and that the man who led them lived in one of the white tents they had set up there. This man in the brown clothes, which looked so tight that it made the Filipino tired just to look at them, could be no common soldier, else he would not be paying $3 big silver for a banca. If anything was to happen to this man, that is if he was to disappear, and still not be dead, and the officer in the white tent should know of it, the leader of the white soldiers would no doubt pay much money to have his man brought safely back. Consequently, the man in the brown clothes with the fat money purse should be made to disappear. That was the way the Trilisane reasoned. It was the $3, the rest of the money in the purse, and the ransom which the leader of the white men would pay, which influenced the Filipino. It was not that the Asiatic highwayman cared a leaf of a forest tree for patriotism. So long as he got the money, white men and brown men were all alike to him, American soldiers and Filipino insurgents. So the native, going into the forest, a little way back from the river, looked until he found a tree the roots of which growing out from well up the trunk had made a sort of great wooden drum. Taking a stout stick of hardwood which had been leaned against the tree, he had been there before, he struck the hollow tree 3 heavy blows, the sound of which went echoing off through the forest. Then the man listened. Not long. For from far, very far away, there came an answer, 1 blow, and then, after a moment's pause, 2 more. The drum beats which followed, and the pauses for the faint replies, were like listening to a giant's telegraph. The soldier, paddling steadily at around the river's winding course, heard the noise and wondered curiously what it was. The natives who heard it said, "The trees are talking," meaning that someone was making them talk. To the Trilisane the sounds meant that he was bringing his partner to help him, just as at night the far-off, long-drawn cry of a panther calls the creature's mate to share the prey. Sergeant Johnson, still paddling, after he would have said that with the help of the current he had put 4 good miles of the river behind him, saw a tiny ripple in the water ahead of the boat, but in a stream so rapid thought nothing of it. An instant later a coconut fiber rope, stretched taut across the river and just below the surface of the water, had turned the skittish boat bottom upward. The Trilisane, you see, had seen the sergeant's revolver, and thought wisest to attack him wet. Drenched, blowing for breath, before he knew what had happened, the soldier found himself dragged to the bank, disarmed, robbed, his hands bound behind him, and his feet hobbled. He could speak Spanish and so could the Trilisanes. Words told him that his captors, only 2 in number, meant him to march, hobbled as he was, along a path which they pointed out. But it took several sharp pricks from a Campbellin, which one of them carried, to make him start. For the path led away from the river, away from Posse, from Alo Alo and the Utica, which he would have given his life itself rather than fail to reach in time. Only a little way back from the river the path began to leave the low land, mounting up to the hills among which the Trilisanes had their camp. Sometimes one of the brigands led the way, with the prisoner between them, sometimes both drove him before them, secure in the knowledge that in his helpless condition he could not escape. The captain's message, in its rubber case, still lay undisturbed and dry, within the messenger's jacket. For that he was glad, although his heart sank as every step carried him farther away from the destination of the dispatch, and from the chance of its being delivered in season. The means which Providence uses to accomplish the ends which it desires are marvelous, and those of us who do not believe in Providence say, a strange coincidence. The day before, back among the mountains of Panay, a little old Montese woman, who had never heard of God or of America, and whose only dress had been 30 yards of fine bamboo plaiting coil round and round her body, had died. When the dead body had been set properly upright beneath the tiny hut, which had been the woman's home, and food and drink placed beside it for the long journey which this spirit was to take, the hut was abandoned, as is the custom of the tribe, and the men of the family, the woman's sons and nephews, started out with freshly sharpened lances and machetes. For this is the only religion of the Monteses, that no one must be left to go alone upon the long journey. And so, when one of the family dies, the men relatives do not stay their hands until someone, the first person met, is slain by them to go on the journey as an escort. Only, if they seek 3 days through the wood, and find no human being, then, after the 3rd day, a beast may be slain, and the law of blood still be satisfied. The sons and nephews of the Montese woman had marched for 36 hours, and the steel of their weapons had not been dimmed by any moisture other than the dew, when, suddenly rounding a turn in the mountain path, they met 3 men. The first of the three at that moment was the Tulisane leader, and in 30 seconds, they had driven 6 lances through. His partner, with a scream of terror, dashed into the trackless forest and disappeared. He need not. The demand for sacrifice was appeased, and the men who had killed the Tulisane cared as little for his companion as they did for the white man who had been his prisoner. All they wanted now was to get back to the Montese country, and to the new huts which their women would have been building in their absence. The white man's words they could not understand, but his gestures were intelligible, and before they parted, he tore back towards the river and they towards the Montese country. They had cut the cords which bound the soldier's hands and hobbled his feet, and thus had left him free to make such haste as he could. Even then the afternoon was well nigh gone when the messenger reached the river at the place where he had been dragged from it. And practically all his journey was yet before him, worried as he was. For once, though, fortune favored him. His dugout had grounded on a sandy island hardly a dozen rods below where it had been overturned, and swimming out to it, he soon had righted it and was on his way again. At first the forest on each side was a tropic swamp. Then the river grew more swift, with here and there rapids in which it took all his skill with his clumsy paddle to keep his boat from being upset. The ground had begun to grow higher here, and back from the banks there were rank growths of hemp and palm trees. A few miles farther, and he was in the mountains, the river, winding about like a lane of water between walls which were almost perpendicular, and covered with the densest, bright green foliage, in which parrots croaked hoarsely and monkeys chattered sleepily as they settled themselves for the night. The walls of the living canyon grew narrower and steeper. The river here was as still as a lake, and the current so sluggish that only his labor with the paddle sent the bank forward. It grew dark quickly and fast, down in the bottom of this mountain gorge, and by the twilight glow on the tops of the banks, when he would peer up at them, grew fainter. The soldier strained his eyes to look ahead. Would the living green canyons of that river never end? It was dark now, except that the stars, in the narrow line of sky above the gorge, sent down light enough to make the surface of the water gleam faintly and mark out his course. He drew his paddle from the water, and holding it so that the drops, which trickled from it would make no noise, listened breathlessly for the sound of the falls which marked the site of the village he was to find, and at it leave his boat for the land again. A night bird screamed in the forest, and then there was utter silence, until a soft splash in the water beside him revealed the ugly head of a huge, black crocodile following the dugout. By the stars in the lane of sky above grew dim, and a stronger light, which faintly illuminated the river gorge, told him that the full moon had risen, although not yet high enough to light his course directly. After a time the gorge grew wider and its sides less steep and high. And then, at last, he heard the roar of the falls, and found the village, and had landed. What time it might be now the sergeant did not dare to guess. A sleepy native pointed out to him the path, stared when the stranger said he must hurry on to Iloilo that night, and flatly refusing to be his guide, went back to bed. The forest path was wrinkly wet with night dew, and dimly lighted by the moon. The soldier hurried forward, only to find that in his haste he had missed the main path. Slowly and anxiously he retraced his way until he found the right road again, and then went forward, slowly enough now to go with care. And so, at last, he saw before him the city of Iloilo, only to learn, when he was challenged by a picket, that it was 1 o'clock and that the Utica had steamed out of the harbor an hour before. Useless as he feared the dispatch might be now, Sergeant Johnson insisted that it be delivered at once, and that he be given an opportunity to ask to be allowed to tell the general why he was so late. When that officer, roused from sleep, had read the dispatch and heard the story briefly, for there were other things to be thought of, then he told the young man, "You have done well," for he knew the ways of Filipino Tulisanes, and after all perhaps you may not be too late. But before he explained what he meant by the last part of his sentence, the general called for one of his aides, and as soon as the man could be brought, hastily gave him certain orders with instructions that they were to be communicated to the officers whom they concerned, as quickly as was possible, regardless of how sound asleep those gentlemen might be. Then, because he was at heart a kindly man, and because he felt that the water-soaked, thorn-torn soldier before him, pale with weariness and anxiety, had done his best, the general told him what was the nature of the dispatch, and why, even then, he might yet be in time. For by another of the fortunate dispensations of Providence, or if you please, by a strange coincidence, that very afternoon another American gunboat had unexpectedly steamed into the harbor of Ilo and dropped anchor. The general had sent messages to the commander of the Ogdensburg, explaining the situation to him, and as soon as that officer understood the matter he replied, "You did just right. We will start in pursuit of the Utica as soon as we can get off steam, and do our best to overtake her." Could they overtake her? That was the question. She had a good 3-hour start, for daylight was breaking before the Ogdensburg could be got underway, and the registered speed of the boats was about equal. At any rate, there was doubt enough as to what the result would be, so that when the Ogdensburg reached the town of Concepcion, 50 miles up the coast from Ilo, and the Utica was seen to be lying at anchor in the harbor there, the commander of the Ogdensburg said words which were as thankful as they were emphatic. For just beyond Concepcion harbor began the narrow channels of the Gigantes Islands, in some of which he had feared to find the gunboat wrecked. When the captain of the Utica came to know why he was pursued, and what he had escaped, he was as grateful for the faulty cylinder head which had delayed him as, the night before, he had been exasperated by it. The pilot, charged with his treachery, proved at once that the charge was true, by turning traitor again and offering to buy the safety of his own neck by guiding the boats to where they could shell the woods in which the natives were hidden. This fared O.F. Mound. APO. From the deck of any vessel passing up the southeast coast of Mindanao, the voyager can see the gold-crowned summit of Apo, rising like a gilded cone high above the dense vegetation of the island at its base. Next to Luzon, on which the city of Manila is situated, Mindanao is the largest of all the islands of the Philippine archipelago. Lying as it is far to the southeast, and near the Sulu Islands, the Moros, as the venturesome Sulis are called, invaded Mindanao more than 200 years ago, and gradually crept farther and farther along the coasts and up the river valleys, waging intermittent warfare against the Visayans who had come from the west to settle on the island, and against the natives that lived inland, and keeping up constant, relentless war upon the Spaniards who claimed the sovereignty of the island. There are few islands of its size in the world where so many different kinds of people live, and perhaps no other where so many wild deeds have been done, until within the last 2 years, a man's will there has been likely to be his only law. Nature has done much for the island. The soil is of incalculable richness. Fruits and grains grow luxuriantly where the ground is turned over, and as if to make the natives laugh at the need of such labor, the forests yield fruits and nuts with lavish generosity. Deer and buffalo run wild, and numberless varieties of pigeons live in the trees. Mount Apo, in the extreme southeastern part of the island, and almost upon the coast, is the loftiest mountain in the archipelago. Its height is usually estimated to be not far from 10,000 feet. A spiral of steam drifting up from the sulfur-crowned summit of the mountain shows that fires still linger in its bosom, but for many years it has been quiet, and at no time does history show that it has broken forth in fury to wreak the awful destruction that is written down against some of the volcanoes of these islands. My work as a naturalist had several times brought me where I could see Apo, and each time I have been more and more fascinated by it, and more desirous of climbing to its top. When I began to talk of making the ascent, though, I found it would be no easy matter. Not only were the sides of the mountain said to be steep, and the forests which clothed them impassable, but there were mysterious dangers to be encountered.